Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission for December 10th, 2020. Before I call the meeting to order, I just want to make a couple of announcements about today's meeting. I think it goes without saying that it's a bit strange for all of us. So for those of you, if this is your first time to City Hall, this is not normally how it works. We would all appreciate your grace, and we will extend the same to you as we try to converse with one another through these masks and the glass. And we're trying to work in to make sure that anybody who wants to come in this chamber and be heard on a case item can do that. With that in mind, I want to just kind of remind everyone that the reason we're holding this meeting in person is because state law obligates us to do so. There were some letters submitted in that regard as to why we were doing this, and that's the reason we are. So you need to wear your mask at all times. Staff may advise you if you are so if there's more than 3 people on a pew or someone comes in that's not supposed to, you may hear some of that chatter. Just ask that you accommodate the rules that are in place to protect and keep everybody safe. If you have not signed up to speak and you do wish to be heard, please do that so that when I get to your item, I know that there's someone that needs to be heard, and that way if they're not in the chamber, I will pause and provide plenty of time for that person to come in and speak if it's necessary. If you have an item that's been heard and you have no other interest in staying at the meeting, I would ask that you excuse yourself if the chamber is full so that someone can come in to the chamber whose item has yet to be heard. And with that, awkwardly enough, silence your cell phones. That's usually the first thing we say. It's the last thing today. Don't forget to silence your cell phones. And with that, we'll call the meeting to order. The first order of business is to receive the minutes of the November 12th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. If there's no discussion on those minutes, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval, I move that we receive the minutes from the previous meeting.
I have a motion from Commissioner Pennington. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Privet. Please wait while votes can be cast. I cannot see on my screen if there's somebody who hasn't cast. And the minutes are received. Next item on the agenda is continuance requests, which we have a number of. So I'll let staff read those into the record for us.
There are 7 uncontested requests for continuance or withdrawal. Item 51, SPUD 1265, defer to January 14th. Item 52, SPUD 1278, defer also to January 14th. Item 53, case number C7227, defer to January 14th. Item 54, case C7229, defer to January 14th. Item 55, case C7245, defer to January 28th. Item 56, PC 10702 has been withdrawn, and item 57, PUD 1793 has been withdrawn.
Normally, I'd read those back just to make sure everybody heard them right, but we have these new fancy screens and you can see it. So with that, I'll ask if there's anybody here that wants to be heard on one of these items today. I do not have anybody signed up to speak, so hearing and seeing none, I'll take a motion on those continuance requests.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the continuance request be granted as read.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Highsmith. Please wait while we can cast votes. And those continuance requests are approved unanimously. I believe we have some new requests for continuance as well.
There are 5 new requests for continuance. Item 8, PC 10703 has been withdrawn. Item 34, PUD 1790 has been requested deferred to January 14th. Item 37, SPUD 1229, requested deferred to February 25th. Item 48, CPA 20-8, deferred to January 14th. And item 49, SPUD 1268, deferred to January 14th.
Okay. Is there anybody here that wanted to be heard on any of those items? Hearing and seeing none, I have no one signed up to speak. I'll take a motion on those items.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the continuance requests be granted as read.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Coffey. Please cast your votes when available. And those continuance requests are also approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is our consent docket. We have a number of those. Mr. Butler, why don't you read through them to the best of your ability in one breath?
I'll try. There are 26 items on the consent docket. Item A1 is CE 1043, an application to close the west 105 feet of an east-west utility easement located at 9308 Armand Drive. Item 2, CE 1044, application to close a portion of the platted 6-foot sewer easement located at 1155 East Madison Street. Item 3, case ED 231, application to dedicate a portion Burning Iron Boulevard located south of Northwest 164th and east of North Portland Avenue. Item 4, case PV 110, application to vacate a portion of the final plat of Rockwell Heights Industrial Park located south of Southwest 59th Street and west of South Rockwell Avenue. Item 5, PUD 1791, application to rezone 9421 Northwest 122nd Street from AA to PUD 1791. Item 6, PUD 1792, application to rezone 10391 Northwest 19th Street from R1 to PUD 1792. Item 7, C 7244, preliminary plat of Saratoga, Phase 4, located south of Northwest 23rd Street and east of North Sarah Road. Item 8 has been withdrawn. Item 9, PC 10704, application to rezone 100 Northwest 121st Street from R1 to I1. Item 10, PC 10705, application to rezone 2820 General Pershing Boulevard from I2 to R4. Item 11, PC 10706, application to rezone 3301 South Bryant from R4 to RMH2. Item 12, PC 10707, application to rezone 1422 Northwest 115th Street from PUD 887 to R1. Item 13, case C 7240, preliminary plat of Chisholm Creek Village, Phase 3, located south of Northwest 115th Street and east of North Blackwelder Avenue. Item 14, PC 10708, application to rezone 2821 Northwest 57th Street from O2 to C1. Item 15, case C7224, final plat of Bison Creek, Section 2, south of West Memorial Road and east of North Mustang Road. Item 16, SPUD 1271, application to rezone 16191 Drywater Drive from AA to SPUD 1271. Item 17, case C7234, final plat of the Gardens at Chisholm Creek, Phase 2, east of North Mustang Road and south of Northwest 10th Street. Item 18, case C7235, is the final plat of Nichols Creek, Phase 2, located west of North County Line Road and south of Northwest 122nd Street. Item 19, case 7237, is the final plat of Tuscany Lakes, Phase 1, located west of North County Line Road and north of Northwest 122nd Street. Item 20, case C7238, final plat of Creststone Ridge, 6, located north of West Wilshire Boulevard and west of North County Line Road. Item 21, C7239, final plat of Redstone Ranch, Phase 8, located north of West Britton Road and west of North Mustang Road. Item 22, case C7241, final plat of The Grove, Phase 15, located west of North Portland Avenue and north of Northwest 178th Street. Item 23, case C7242, final plat of Villas at Pembroke, located south of West Wilshire Boulevard and east of North County Line Road. Item 24, case C7243, final plat of Deerbrook, Section 4, located south of Northwest 150th Street and east of North Rockwell Avenue. Item 25, case number C7248, final plat of Britton Farms, Section 2, located south of West Britton Road and west of North County Line Road. And finally, item 26, case number C7249, final plat of Santa Fe Point, located north of Northwest 50th Street and west of North Santa Fe Avenue.
Take a break there, Mr. Butler. Is there anyone here that wanted to be heard on any of those items today? I know that was quite a few. There is one item I would like to pull from the consent docket from Ward 8, which is case number 5, which is PUD 1791. To discuss, are there any others that need to be removed from the consent docket from commissioners? Okay, hearing none and seeing no one that signed up to speak, I will take a motion on the consent items as read, excluding item number 5.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the consent docket be approved as read with the exception of item 5.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? That was a second by Commissioner Clare. But Commissioner Hinkle seconded, so we'll take that too. Cast your votes when available. And the consent items are approved as read. Next item on the agenda would be items for individual or requiring separate vote. So this starts our primary docket for the day, and the first item on the agenda would be item number 5 since it was pulled from consent. Is the applicant here for item number 5? Oh. So, Mr. Reed, start by giving us your name and address for the record. Just a second, Mr. Reed, is that microphone working? Because it doesn't sound like it's working to me.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, there it goes. Brad Reed, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant with Crafton Toll Associates.
Okay, well, forgive me, Mr. Reed, for not reaching out to you on this. I just ran out of time, but my only concern on this item is it allows for outdoor storage and sales. I realize that you've restricted it somewhat in your MDS. At the same time, it abuts a residential neighborhood that I believe we've approved but has not yet been developed. Is
Yes.
that correct? Would your applicant or your client be willing to limit the outdoor sales and storage to the western half of the PUD tract?
We can agree to a 70-foot buffer. There is a power line or a utility easement that runs along the west or the east 70 feet that we won't be doing anything there. If you're aware, there's currently they work on manufacturing small airplanes, small airplane repair, and that's why that's in there. That's the existing use that's on there today. That's what they're using it for. And so we do need some of that, but as you can see here, there's overhead electric and a gas. So we can agree to a 70-foot buffer from any of this. You know, down here is that substation that's right there, so we have no issues with that, but we can agree to 70 feet.
Okay, that seems reasonable to me. I don't remember what the screening requirements are. The utility easement I get, and people are aware of that when they, buy the house that is ultimately going to be built on that lot. But what they may not see is that at some point somebody could have outdoor storage there that could be all kinds of different things, and that's my primary concern.
Yeah.
Very quickly, what were the screening requirements in the?
We added some, find it here. Trees to be planted 20-foot centers along the south and east boundaries shall count toward landscaping point requirements.
Okay, so you're going to put trees on 20-foot centers along the east.
Yes.
And then you're going to have the 70-foot setback?
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that. I would just ask one of my fellow commissioners to make a motion on this item and including a technical evaluation to require a 70-foot setback from any residentially zoned property. Are you comfortable with that? Or you would say 70 feet from the east line?
Yes, that works.
Okay, so 70 feet from the east line is agreeable. So if there's, I did not have anybody signed up, this was, and candidly, nobody called, but it's also because nobody lives there yet.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to be protective of that. If there's no further discussion for commissioners, I'll take a motion inclusive of the TE.
Make a motion to approve with 1 TE of the 70-foot buffer.
Off of the east property line. I'll second. And I had a second for Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Reed.
you.
Mhm. And the application is approved unanimously. Next item would be item number 27.
Item 27, case number SP 549, is an application for a special permit to operate a temporary winter emergency shelter at 1400 Northwest 3rd Street. And I'll give a little explanation. The proposed special permit would allow a temporary winter shelter in the Willard School building. The existing SPUD zoning would remain in effect. The special permit request responds to challenges faced due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the pandemic, local shelter facilities have had to reduce the number of nightly beds they offer by nearly 40% to allow for safe distancing between clients. Shelter beds are particularly important during the winter in order to reduce cold weather-related deaths among the homeless population. In order to help fill the need for beds created by the COVID-19 pandemic, Oklahoma City Homeless Services, the Homeless Alliance, and Mental Health Association Oklahoma are partnering to provide temporary shelter space that will provide 150 to 200 beds for people who are homeless and living outdoors or in other locations not suitable for human habitation. Staff has recommended approval of the application.
Is the applicant present? Someone from the city of Oklahoma City who's speaking beside you, Mr. Bowen?
If you have questions, then Jared is here from our Homelessness Services Division.
Okay, I'll just turn it over to commissioners and ask if there's any questions on this application for the applicant, which again is the city of Oklahoma City. Hearing and seeing none, I do have someone who signed up to speak, so I will call on them at this time. And by the way, please forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong. It is certainly not intentional. But in this case, fairly straightforward. Major Stephen Ellis.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief.
Give us your address, Mr. Ellis, before you start. So sorry. Would you give us your address?
1001 North Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm responsible for the Salvation Army in central Oklahoma. And for the past several years, we, along with several other shelters, have made extra space. In our case, we took down the tables in the dining room. We used our reception area, and we used our hallway to provide shelter in the winter on freezing nights. And we averaged over those nights in the last couple of years, 66 people a night, up to 123 a night. But because of the safety conditions for the pandemic, we are not able to accommodate that many, and we are presently backing up with 24. This is a life-saving venture. Since the shelters have come together to provide this additional shelter in the winter, we have not lost people, and we were losing people on the streets due to hypothermia, due to the effects of fire, trying to keep warm. So I come to speak on behalf of Winter Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. Any other questions on this? And is there anybody else that wants to be heard? Seeing none, and I do not have anybody else who's signed up to speak, if there's no discussion on it, I will certainly take a motion.
Sure. With this being my ward, I would also like to point out real quick that we did also have a letter in support as well. So I've heard nothing but support. I think it's absolutely appropriate and great use and needed. So with that said, I make a motion to recommend approval.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Was that from Commissioner Pennington, I guess?
No,
Somebody's going to push the button.
Unrelated to the case, my pride goes with trash.
Excellent. We'll take voice votes for you, Mr. Privet. I do have a motion and a second. There's some irony in that, isn't there?
Yeah, I actually don't have the voting screen available.
Okay, neither do I. We're done? Got it. Okay, so that we're 2 items in and we have a crash. But we'll take a voice vote. We do this the old-fashioned way. I had a motion and a second. That second was from Commissioner Pennington, is that correct?
That was
That's Commissioner Clare. Okay, forgive me. So Commissioner Clare seconded the motions. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? I didn't think that would be the case. Hearing none, item passes unanimously. Item number 28.
Item 28, SPUD 1267 is an application to rezone 1324 Southwest 89th Street from SPUD 766 to SPUD 1267. This SPUD is located at Southwest 89th Street and South Grace Avenue. The SPUD is requested to expand the type of retail that can occur in the existing building. It's currently limited to only a thrift store. The SPUD mirrors the existing zoning, except that it would allow a dispensary. Staff recommended approval with no TEs.
Is the applicant with us today? Okay. Commissioner Hinkle, this is your ward, my friend.
There's, staff recommends approval. The place is already a dispensary, so I'll move approval.
There are, yeah, that's true. Staff recommends approval. Did anybody have any comments or objections to this? Even though the applicant is not present, if there's no objection to it, I don't see why we don't consider it. And there's nobody signed up to speak against it, so it seems silly to continue it, in my opinion. Okay, so if there's no objection, I'll take a motion, Commissioner Hinkle.
I'll move approval of SPUD 1267.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Commissioner Coffey has seconded the motion, so I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1267. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Coffey?
Yes.
Commissioner Privet?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yes.
I'll vote aye. Commissioner Highsmith?
Aye.
Commissioner Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner LaForge? Application passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 29.
29 is case number C-7236, the final plat of Chapel Creek Park, located east of North County Line Road and north of West Hefner Road. The developer is proposing 39 two-family residential lot units, residential lots, which are total 78 units, and 2 common areas on 6.98 acres, yielding a gross residential density of 11.17 dwelling units. The site is zoned PUD 1737. PUD was approved with an R2 base and variations that allow 4,250 square foot minimum lot sizes, minimum lot widths of 50 feet, 25 feet per dwelling unit, a front yard setbacks of 20 feet, and interior side yard setbacks of 0 feet. The preliminary plat for Chapel Creek Park was approved on April 9th, 2020. Staff recommended approval of proposed final plat subject to 4 TEs. The applicant is in agreement with the TEs. There are protests for the case. The applicant's engineer is Dean Colita with Civil and Environmental Consultants. And David Box looks like he's here to represent as well.
Mr. Box, anything to add to staff's introduction of your item?
Yeah, just briefly. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So this plat is a final plat. It does conform to the preliminary plat as well as the zoning that was just approved in December of 2019. In reviewing the protest letters, the matters set forth in those letters are clearly related to zoning and not platting. But we did reach out and speak with one of the individuals that had requested to do so. It's worth noting that this PUD, when it came through the process, was one that was heavily discussed. There were multiple night meetings with the neighbors. Ultimately, we believe we negotiated to where everybody was somewhat happy, which is why it was recommended for approval by Planning Commission, ultimately approved by the City Council. So again, the protest letters are really dealing with zoning issues and not platting issues. So we would ask for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Box. I will point out, as he articulated, that our staff report indicates the design of the final plat conforms with the subdivision regulations, as well as the requirements of PUD 1737 and the approved preliminary plat, which we did see just not very long ago. I do have somebody signed up to speak. Before I call on that person, I'll also say I received outreach from somebody in the ward about this case and visited. I passed along to my commissioners that discussion. Apparently, although the developer has no obligation to do this, agreed to make changes outside of what's required by the PUD to accommodate some of the concerns. I'm not going to stipulate those into the record because, frankly, they have no obligation to do them. But they did agree, and there's apparently an understanding. They've gone above and beyond here. I don't have any issues. I do want to give Brandon Taylor an opportunity to speak, and Deborah, forgive me, Gullett. If one of you wants to come forward, give us your name and address for the record. Did you guys sign up together to speak?
They told us to put both of our names on there.
Okay. Well, Brandon, if you want to, Ms. Chair, if you want to give me your comments first, and then Ms. Gullett, we can hear from you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And start out by giving us your address, please.
How's everybody? Brandon Taylor, 8713 Northwest 109th Terrace. We understand that according to your previous comments, they're not obligated to change those. One of the things, and I'm here speaking on behalf of many people in the neighborhood, one of the things that we did want to propose is a possible name change from Chapel Creek Park to possibly something else. Many residents in the neighborhood have said that they would be better with that versus building on duplexes under the same name of Chapel Creek, and to have those titled something different.
Understood. Are there other issues that you think we should be aware of?
Other than, I think she has some other issues.
Okay, well, given the circumstances, we appreciate you taking the time to come down today and give us your thoughts and concerns sincerely, so thank you for that. Ms. Gullo, we'd love to hear from you at this point.
I'm Deborah Gillette, and I live
Oh,
on
forgive me.
100.
Deborah Gillette, welcome.
That's
Give
okay.
us your address, please.
109th Terrace, and if you're looking at the map, you will see we already have so much traffic cutting through Chapel Creek that it's actually dangerous. We don't have the right signage. We don't have what we're really supposed to have. People will be coming in on Chapel Creek off of Hefner, trying to avoid the light that's there at County Line Road to get in. And they will be coming in, going towards the back and coming down, I'm gonna say south on County Line Road. Also, are they gonna be able to use our services if they have the name of Chapel Creek?
Is your neighborhood a private development, ma'am?
Is it a private?
Do you guys have, are you talking about your HOA services?
We do have an HOA, yes.
If it's HOA provided services, I mean, no, there's no obligation to provide someone the right to use your private neighborhood services.
Okay. Well, it's a traffic issue. It's going to be a big traffic issue because there's houses being built on the west side of County Line Road toward the west. But the traffic issue and with the kids, I mean, it's going to be horrible. I mean, seriously, and we will have all of that group coming over trying to use our services, which we've had already in other groups like, I can't think of the name of the addition, Windmill Estates. So, I mean, we're going to be inundated.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, and I've seen what they're going to build. I've seen the duplexes, and it doesn't even join in or look anything like what we've got at Chapel Creek. So it's really a concern to all of us because we feel like that, I don't think our property values will go down, but we're going to have to be forced to maybe make that a gated community, which is going to cost us as, residents more money.
Well, we appreciate that, you letting us know about your concerns, Ms. Gillette. Thank you for coming down today and
Okay.
telling us. So I'll address kind of both of your comments here, just as, again, as the commissioner for your ward. When this came through zoning, we had these discussions. We had the discussions on traffic. We made multiple changes to the item when it came through regarding how traffic would take on a county line versus Hefner and some of these discussions that, we knew were going to be an issue. I wish that we had been able to have these discussions at that time, because at this point, we're to the end of the final plat phase. So, for example, Mr. Taylor, your comment on the name change, that we have zero control over that. That was what the developer brought forth, back then. It's not something that's before us today, not something that we typically entertain, just telling you honestly. And then as it relates to the traffic, when we were zoning the property, we were aware, we had those discussions, all of that was sort of put on the public record, and it was determined to be appropriate for the area. So the decision was made to recommend approval to City Council, and it ultimately approved it. At this point, we're just hearing what is usually an administrative consent item, one of the 327 things Mr. Butler read at the beginning that administratively would have gone through, but for you all signing up to speak. And Ms. Bunch, who also wrote a letter into me and I read, complaining about it. So I appreciate your comments. I have to at this point recommend to my commissioners that someone provide me a motion to approve the item because it complies with our subdivision regulations in every way, and it does comply with the zoning that we previously approved. So I do appreciate you coming down and letting us know, and please in the future, if your neighborhood gets zoning notices, that's the time we really need to hear from your neighborhood, and I would highly encourage, if you don't already, to have your HOA president address some of these concerns. Again, I would tell you the developer has really gone above and beyond by making commitments in writing to provide things that they don't really have an obligation to do under their PUD, which I find strange, but I think it shows that they're trying their best to be a good neighbor and accommodate your neighborhood to the best of their ability. So.
Well, just FYI, when we were talking about what's going on today, most of our residents never got anything. They didn't even know what was going on.
I can't comment on that except to say that I know statutory notice was provided, and kind of like while we're all meeting in person today instead of meeting on Zoom, there are certain things that supersede our ability to have control, and one of those things is the state has provided us notice requirements, and those were met and satisfied as it related to the zoning application.
Now, was the HOA responsible for getting that out to us, or was it?
There were people present here from your neighborhood during the discussion on that item back then. I do remember talking with some of the neighbors at that point.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate you coming down. With that, if there's no more discussion, is there anyone else that wants to be heard on this item? I don't have anybody signed up to speak, and hearing or seeing none, I'd like a motion to approve the final plat.
I'll make a motion to approve the final plat.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I heard Commissioner Hinkle. So we still do not have Prime Gov, correct?
I don't believe mine's back up.
Okay. I have a motion from Commissioner LaForge and a second from Commissioner Hinkle to approve the final plat for C-7236. Commissioner Clare?
Aye.
Commissioner Coffey? Aye. Commissioner Privet? Aye. Commissioner Hinkle?
Aye.
Commissioner Cravens votes aye. Commissioner Highsmith?
Aye.
Commissioner Pennington?
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge? And that application is approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is number 30, C-7233.
This is the final plat of the preserve at Parkside, Phase 3, located south of Southwest 19th Street. And a variance to section 3.6.2.B.6 of the subdivision regulations. The developer is proposing 33 single-family lots and 2 common areas on 22.68 acres, yielding a gross density of 1.46 dwelling units per acre. Public streets and water improvements are proposed. Homes will be served by private on-site septic systems for sewer service. Access to the development will be taken through 2 local street connections with the preserve at Parkside, Phase 2 to the west. These connections lead to 1 median divided connection with South Meridian Avenue. There are 4 TEs. The applicant is in agreement with TEs 1, 3, and 4. For TE2, they are requesting a variance to section 3.6.2.B.6 of the subdivision regulations, and that relates to the effective period of the preliminary plat. Chris Anderson with SMC Consulting Engineers is representing the applicant.
Mr. Anderson, welcome. Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Chris Anderson, SMC Consulting Engineers, 815 West Main.
Do you have anything else to add to staff's introduction of your item?
No, I don't.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Coffey, this is your ward. I'll turn it over to you, ma'am.
Approval, excuse me. Am I on the right
You got it.
screen?
You're good.
Recommended for approval by the staff. It has to do, of course, with the final plat of the preserve. The applicant is requesting a variance. It has to do with extending an expired preliminary plat for 5 years. The developer is asking that that be extended. I think that's probably appropriate. I don't have any other questions about the matter.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Coffey. I'll just note for the record, the design of the final plat is in compliance with subdivision regulations, and it is also in conformance with the requirements of PUD 863 and the approved preliminary plat. So outside of the variance, everything else is in compliance. Any questions for the applicant from commissioners?
I do have a quick question.
Commissioner Clare?
Are you able to provide any pedestrian access through Common Area E to South Lakes Park?
Yes, that's part of the plan for this. There's plenty of access up to the park.
Okay.
Then I would recommend approval first of the variance, item number 2.
Mr. Commissioner Coffey, before we take a motion, I just want to make sure, is there anyone else that wanted to be heard on this matter today? I don't believe so. I don't have anyone signed up to speak. So seeing none, please proceed with your motion.
Make the motion for approval of the variance, item number 2.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Privet. So I have a motion and
Yep.
a second to approve the variance of section 3.6.2B.6 of the subdivision regulations. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote on the variance?
Aye.
Commissioner Coffey?
Aye.
Commissioner Privet?
Voted.
Commissioner
Aye.
Hinkle? Oh, look at that. We're back. Incredible.
Mine's not.
Well, we voted, so you guys are out of luck. Commissioner Hinkle? Aye. I'll vote aye. Commissioner Heisman?
Aye.
Commissioner
Aye.
Pennington? Commissioner LaForge? So that application is approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. This show is going to roll on no matter what happens, I guarantee you. Next item on the, or I'm sorry, we got to move the item. So forgive me, the variance has been approved. We need a motion on the final plat, Commissioner Coffey.
Further make a motion to approve the final plat, C7233.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Claire, second.
Commissioner Clare is seconded. So Commissioner Clare, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Coffey?
Aye.
Commissioner Privet?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkle?
I think we're back on down.
Are you guys back? I love it. We voted. Let's see how it came out. It's like a game show, but worse. That application is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Next item is 31.
Item C7247 is a preliminary plat of Chisholm Point, located east of North Pennsylvania Avenue and north of West Hefner Road, and variance to section 5.4.2.E.5 of the subdivision regulations. The developer is proposing 111 two-family residential lots, which would result in 222 units, 5 common areas on 20.12 acres, yielding a gross density of 11 dwelling units per acre. Private access drives, public water, and public sewer improvements are proposed. The site is zoned PUD 1767, which allows for development under the R3 district regulations. Access will be taken from 2 private drive connections with Northwest 115th Street. There are 4 TEs. The applicant is in agreement with TEs 1, 2, and 4. For TE3, they're requesting a variance to section 5.4.2.E.5 of the subregs to allow the private drives to be named for addressing purposes. And Mark Grubbs is representing, and also David Box.
Just for the purpose of the record, Mr. Butler, they're in agreement with 1, 3, and 4, requesting a variance to TE2.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Mr. Box, do you have anything to add to staff's introduction of your item?
Briefly, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So the reason for the request and the need for the variance, if not granted the variance, you would have a situation where all of the addresses for these units would have to come off of 115th Street. You can imagine if you had, address 1234 Northwest 115th, number 179. This allows each unit to be addressed separately. This is something that has been done recently by Planning Commission and other similar developments, so we would just ask for that courtesy. After that, we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. This is Commissioner Powers' ward. She's not with us today. She did not express any concern to me over the item. Mr. Butler, I'd ask you from staff's perspective, does addressing these units individually on these private drives create any situation for city staff that we may not be cognizant of?
If JJ is here, if he could speak to that, or Jared, they're more familiar with that than I am.
Take that as a no. No one's running up here.
Just wanted to give JJ if he was coming. Sorry, I won't do that.
Keep your hands where we can see them.
I mean, from an addressing perspective, it is preferable to be able to give them all separate standard addresses, just to help everybody find it better. I mean, we do have a little bit of a question of the number of units on private drives, but beyond that, from an addressing perspective, we would support the variance.
That's what I would think. I just was curious if there's something maybe we weren't thinking about, so appreciate it. Again, I don't have anybody signed up to speak. Is there anyone that wants to be heard on this item? Seeing no one in the chamber here. Commissioners, any concerns or questions or over the variance? If not, I'll take a motion on it from somebody.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the variance to section 5.4.2.E.5 of the subdivision regulations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes when available. And the variance is approved unanimously. Now we need a motion on the item itself. Somebody, anybody?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item, let me get the right number, of item 31.
I have a motion to approve the preliminary plat for C7247. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the preliminary plat for C-7242. Please cast your votes when available. And the application is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 32.
Case number PUD 1788, application to rezone 10100 North Morgan Road from PUD 731 to PUD 1788. This PUD is requested for a mini storage facility with outdoor storage of boats and RVs. The site is located on the east side of Morgan Road, south of Northwest Expressway. It also backs up to the Kilpatrick Turnpike. Staff recommended approval with 3 TEs. Steve Rollins or Bob Myers is here to speak to the TEs and any other requested modifications. There is some protest.
Thank you very much. I would also note, just commissioners, make sure there was a landscape plan that was circulated via email from staff that accompanied this item, just to make sure everybody got that. With that, please go ahead and give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Bob Myers, Myers Investment Group, 301 Northwest 104th, Oklahoma City, 73. I don't know what my address is.
Something or other.
73114.
Something or other.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and tell us about your item today.
So our item is here, we're proposing rezoning for a use of a boat and RV storage enclosed and covered parking. So we won't have any visible units from either Morgan Road and or the Turnpike. They will be enclosed. The only way you'll be able to see the units will be inside our property, inside our access gates. And we are, on the TEs, if I'm doing this right, we've requested a 5-foot setback on the north and the south side and a 10-foot along Morgan Road. And we have agreed to landscape 30-foot center, trees on 30-foot centers around the perimeter of the properties, plus with landscape berms. And on Morgan Road, we will have a rock stucco ephes with columns and a wainscot with some canister-style lighting so it won't affect our neighbors to the east, so it won't have any light that will project out, to the west. So we had one, I had one concern, Mr. Collins, I met with him last Saturday. He was happy with what.
He submitted a letter to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in your application, his letter addresses the concern of the RVs being stored on the west side. And I think you've agreed in your application, you're going to store them on the east side, the buildings will be on the west side.
It's going to be enclosed, so he was happy.
It's going to be totally enclosed, okay.
Totally enclosed. He was worried about having RVs, boats just lined up along the fence, and it's totally enclosed. You won't be able to see any vehicles from the Turnpike and or Morgan Road
Understood.
with our buildings.
Commissioner Clare, this is your ward. I'll turn it over to you, my friend.
Thank you. I had a couple conversations with Mr. Myers, and honestly, I think there's still some things in flux. We talked a little bit about a continuance. I know that you're kind of on a schedule, and a continuance would kind of be detrimental to you. Are you in agreement with all the TEs as stated?
If we have a 5-foot setback on the north boundary and the south boundary. I'm in agreement with the 30-foot trees.
Okay.
And a 10-foot on Morgan Road setback.
The front setback as stipulated in our staff report on the technical evaluations is 15 feet.
15.
Yeah.
So we can't do, we requested 10.
So you'd like to amend technical evaluation number 3 to 10 feet?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
And then a rear setback along the Turnpike of 5 feet?
It has a 0 existing right now in the existing PUD. Before I did it, it has a 0.
Okay.
So.
And then trees 30 foot on center. You and I had talked about 30 foot on center along Morgan Road and then 50 foot on the other property boundaries.
Yeah, and I'm willing to, my new plan, it shows 50 foot with some crepe myrtles between the trees on the north and south side. A little bit more than.
What about on the east side?
On the north and south side.
On the Turnpike?
Yeah. On the Turnpike, I don't know what would be out there. We haven't proposed anything for out there yet.
Okay. Just one of the things, and you and I did not have a chance to visit. I think you had suggested no landscape on the east side.
Right.
My only comment would be that if you, my concern is the view from the Turnpike. If you do no landscape on that side, would you be willing to consider a masonry wainscoting on the bottom?
I'd be willing to landscape on the east side along the Turnpike.
You'll do landscape on the east side. Okay.
Just to be clear, Commissioner Clare, in other words, the 30-foot centers would include the east side as well?
Yes.
That satisfies your concern?
Yeah.
It does say that he's going to provide in TE1 30-foot centers around the entire perimeter of the site. So you were agreeing in the technical evaluations to
Yeah.
provide them already?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
You good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Other commissioners, questions or comments on this one? Seeing none?
And are you in agreement with the 10-foot on Morgan?
My only concern with that, and I know it's probably a ways off, but if there's ever an expansion to Morgan, it looks to me like looking at the current landscape plan, that landscape is occurring in the right of way. So if they ever expand Morgan,
Well, it will be expanded.
Yeah,
It'll be a 4-lane.
Yeah.
We're still 60, 70 foot from the center line
yeah.
of Morgan.
So although at this time you're providing some generous landscaping and some berming there, there's a chance that that's going to go away at some point in the future, and only having a 10-foot setback there, 15-foot would be my preference.
So can we get a 0 on the turnpike then? My problem is I only have so much room, and the vehicles are getting larger and larger, unfortunately, to park these, so.
If we can go to the wainscoting, I mean, so if you go to 0, you don't have any room for landscape on the east side, so if we go.
So either or, you'll approve either or?
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like, Commissioner Clare, we would need a technical evaluation for the wainscoting requirement?
Yes.
On the
Let's
east
just,
side?
let's just do a 5-foot and landscape it, and I'll do the 15-foot on Morgan. We'll just have to make it work. And I'll landscape the perimeter.
Okay.
Like we agreed.
Okay, is there anyone else who wanted to be heard on this matter today? I'm used to having to say it a bunch of times, but it's on the screen, and I'm not on a computer anymore, so. Seeing nobody, Commissioner Clare, this is your ward. If you're comfortable making a motion, please feel free to do so.
Okay, well, I know that was a little hard to follow, but it seems like all the TEs remain the same. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve.
I think he was in agreement with the 15-foot setback you wanted. He just needed 5 feet on the turnpike side, correct?
Well, I really wanted 10 on the front.
He wanted 10. It's written, item 3 is written as 15 feet.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Yeah, and I think there was the addition of a TE4 of 5 feet on the east side. So, so I'd like to make a motion to approve PUD 1788 with the technical evaluations as is, adding TE number 4, a rear setback along the turnpike of 5 feet.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on PUD 1788, subject to the technical evaluations as amended, including TE4. Please cast your votes when available. And that item is approved unanimously. Good luck, Mr. Myers. Next item on the agenda is item 33.
Case number PUD 1789, application to rezone 7451 West Memorial Road from PUD 206 to PUD 1789. This PUD is intended for a drive-in theater adjacent to Paycom's campus. The applicant is represented by Johnson & Associates. Staff recommended approval with 3 TEs. There are proposed amendments to the TEs and some new language to add based on recent negotiations. And I'll turn it over to the chair and J&A to walk us through those.
Go ahead and give us your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue, Oklahoma City.
Anything to add to staff's introduction?
Pardon me?
Do you have anything you want to add to their introduction?
Yeah, the TEs that are listed on the report we've had some modifications to the document over the last couple of days, but we're okay with number 1 and number 2, we would request that no sidewalks be required on Memorial, simply because our client and their entities own the entire mile, and this would be only sidewalk in front of what could be a temporary use. So we would request sidewalks not be required, but we are willing to put in the landscaping as requested.
Right. We amended TE1 from the way it's prepared now from 40 feet to 25 feet. Right. So let me, if I can, let me jump in and bring my fellow commissioners and the public up to speed on this item. I received some outreach from the HOA that I live in, Canyon Lakes, about this item, and reached out to Mr. Johnson to try to get us through this so we could hear it today and not have to take a continuance under the circumstances. So I want to walk through just the changes that we made to the master design statement and give you all a chance to kind of push back on me or anything that you guys disagree with about this application that I'm prepared to support as it is written. I will note for the record, they have submitted an amended master design statement dated December 10th, 2020 that incorporates all the changes we've agreed to. Are you in agreement with that, Mr. Johnson? So a couple things here on the sidewalk issue. Let me just tackle that one. I visited a little bit with staff about this. This is an auto-centric use. Paycom, if you don't know, owns everything from the west of their existing campus to Council Road. So there's nothing else that's going to be built there until Paycom wants to build it. There's also a massive drainage channel through there. The topography is pretty crazy. There's a big bridge that goes over that drainage area there that's part of Memorial Road. To the east is a commercial development that came through here and we've approved, or it's Paycom property. So there's really not going to be anything built there. The nearest access to mass transit is 3 miles away at Meridian. And so what we've agreed to do here is say, look, for the drive-in use, we're not going to have them put the sidewalks in. Any other use that's used under this application would require the sidewalks. So it's not something where we have to get them back in here. If they pull a building permit for something other than the drive-in theater use, they will have to come back and put the sidewalks in. So that's part of that. And I think that is both practical, frankly, and also the right thing for the area. The second thing is being very sensitive to Commissioner Pennington's board here, given the case we heard some time ago. There's a participant recreation and entertainment outdoor use unit provided, which gives me massive heartburn over some of the cases we've heard. The language, I'm going to read this in, it's in the master design statement I referenced, but it is further restricted to a drive-in theater and shall be restricted to no more than cars per screening or event. Said theater shall not be open to the general public and shall only be used for private, corporate, employee, or community partner events. This is really an amenity, so to speak, and part of the cultural statement I guess Paycom is making by having this way that they can disseminate information to their staff and also provide an amenity to gather for their staff. In addition, they want to be able to allow community partners. So just to give you an example of what that would look like, my daughter's dance school this year couldn't meet because of COVID to do a recital, so they had everybody film them at home, and then we went to the drive-in theater in Guthrie. They put it up on the screen, and we all watched it together. They're anticipating it being a community amenity, which I think is wonderful, but they will not be screening the next Marvel movie 6 times a night, from 9 o'clock to 3 a.m. That's not what's going on here. So, and I'll come back to that, but there's some other restrictions related to that unit, including a decibel limitation outside the property of 55 decibels, which is what is required by the residential portion of our code, not the commercial portion of our code. They also articulated to me in our discussions that the intent is really not to have outdoor speakers, that it's to utilize the technology of cars and phones for the purposes of the audio, but to ensure that if they do pull a special permit for an event that is not a drive-in movie theater, which they'd be allowed to do, they'd have to come get a special event permit, they'd have to meet the conditions of that. The decibel restriction there would be 55 decibels, which again is a residentially determined decibel level, not commercial. So that's important to note. I would also note as well that the hours of operation for non-corporate events are restricted to weekdays 8 to 10, weekends 8 to midnight. I have no objection. Another thing we talked about a lot at the HOA and also with the applicant is access through Paycom's campus. For those of you, again, that aren't familiar, there is a northern access road that I believe Paycom installed at their expense, did they not?
Yes, the city shared in the signal, but Paycom.
That's what I thought. They put in the signal and the intersection piece, and you guys put the road in, which is massive.
Right.
In order to get their staff off of just the one-way Memorial Road, they can now get to Rockwell. When they have corporate events at this facility, because of security, they'll allow their staff to use it. If it's a public event, like a community partner event, like I mentioned, then they'll have to use Memorial Road. I'm a lot less concerned about it than I started out, and they have committed to, and I'll come back to this, that in the event that they continue to expand their campus and there's a way to connect this to the access to Rockwell, that they are willing to do that when it's available. There's a huge swath of land, believe it or not, between this 21-acre drive-in site and where this road is today that cuts across to Rockwell. Does that make sense to everybody? You can't even see the road on our screen, unfortunately. Outdoor events shall be, this is what I mentioned, shall be required to be in conformance with the City of Oklahoma City noise ordinance, where decibel levels cannot exceed 55 outside the property limits. So I've tried to do, and I'm certainly open to feedback or something I've overlooked, but I've tried to be as comprehensive as I can at restricting that use while allowing it to go forward, because I understand why they're doing it. I would also say, too, they agreed to provide street trees on 25-foot centers, which is more than what the landscaping code would require. It's also more than what the TE requested along the Memorial Road boundary. And the idea there is just to shield over time further, the vehicles coming and going, headlights, that sort of thing. I will say they were very accommodating. One of the complaints that I got from our HOA and neighbors, and I've heard before, is light spillover. They've agreed to ensure that to the north and the south, which again are the only two directions they don't own, they're going to control light spillover by directing that inward. As an anecdote, I let them know that the parking garage lights were creating a complaint from neighbors. They dimmed them starting last night, so those lights have been dimmed, which was a very neat trick. I'm not quite sure how that happened. But so I think with all of these things in line, the only thing I haven't addressed is the freestanding signage. They wanted 30 feet signage. This is Memorial Road and a turnpike. I don't have any objection to it. Others might. I don't. The EMD portion of the sign, I did request that stay below 10 feet from grade, with the idea being that it will lower that screen below essentially the fence line and the berming from the turnpike and everything, so you can't see it across the road. You wouldn't be able to see it, from really far away because it's down lower. So their signage is still visible, but the EMD portion is 10 feet above grade. That was the change that was made to the signage. And I think that's it. Did I miss anything?
Nope. Well stated. Thank you for stating the case for me.
So I just say all that because I wanted to walk you guys through. Obviously, you understand what I'm trying to control is the compatibility issues we're facing, the use, the noise, the light. Those are the issues that were there. They've been very accommodated and try to make it happen. I support the application. I'm not aware of any protest. My neighborhood is fully comfortable with the application as it exists. I'd ask just if there's anybody here from the members of the public that wish to comment, and I don't see any. So, commissioners, any comments on this?
Just a question, Mr. Chairman. As far as and I'm still trying to fully understand what things Paycom owns and what parts of property they don't. So to the north with PUD 829, my understanding is that it's C3 and R4. So potentially there can be housing in PUD 829, right?
They own that section.
They own all of 829?
To the north.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that is, you can tell based on the PUD number, I mean, that is relic zoning that actually predates Paycom's development of their corporate campus on their site. So I think if there is additional residential development, and Ms. Johnson, this is where you'll have to help me, I do believe they don't own east, which is just south of what's on the screen is PUD 1425. That could still be some residential. Is that correct?
I'm looking east of that.
South of that.
No, they own everything that is undeveloped, all the way to Rockwell.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's my big concern. Then I know we're not doing policy issues, but just need to say this for the record. How a person goes about complaining about the decibel levels, that is, we still need a very clear process for how we as a city address that when somebody complains, because that's still a remaining issue for the Lost Lakes in Ward 7.
Yeah, I totally agree. I did not have any other tools that I felt like I could use that are objective and straightforward that would memorialize it appropriately so that there is some enforcement opportunity should that be the case. The other enforcement opportunity here is that if it's not a drive-in theater, like let's say it's a concert or something like that, they have to pull a special event permit in order to host that event. And if they pull that special event permit and there's a problem, they have to come back for the next one.
I agree with that. I like that. So
anyway.
there are just limited tools. That's the problem, for sure.
I realize that's a lot, and everyone's probably absolutely mortified that I'll ask you to make the motion with the TEs. I think what we can say is just in the TEs, amending TE1 to the 25 feet, deleting TE2, deleting TE3, and then incorporating the changes in the master design statement that I just read into the record.
Right.
I think
And
that,
has been delivered to the city staff.
and that have been delivered to city staff. I think that appropriately memorializes it. Commissioner Highsmith, I'm looking at you. I'll take a motion from anybody who wants to try.
I'll be the one. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of PUD 1789 with the following changes to the technical evaluations. The technical evaluation 1 be changed from 40-foot centers to 25-foot centers. That technical evaluation 2 be deleted. The technical evaluation 3 be deleted. And that we add technical evaluation 4, I guess, incorporating all of the new changes that were read into the record regarding the MDS.
That's perfect. I'll take a second on that motion. I have a
Claire,
motion and a second. Cast your votes when available. And that application is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item 34 was continued, so it's 35.
35 is case number PUD 1794. It's an application to rezone 7499 South Anderson Road from AA to PUD 1794. The 33-acre PUD is located on the northwest corner of South Anderson and Southeast 74th. The site is within the rural medium land use topology and would allow a limited commercial tract at the corner, 4 homes along Southeast 74th Street, and 18 homes accessed from a new cul-de-sac street that intersects Anderson Road. Staff recommended approval with 2 TEs, and David Box is here on behalf of the applicant.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant who is here with us, as well as Mark Grubbs, who is the civil engineer for this project. So what we've tried to do is to break this down into 3 tracks. Track 1 being the hard corner right there at Southeast 74th and Anderson. And then track 2, these are going to be larger lot residential, almost 2 acres in size. And to decrease the impact to the arterial street network, we are limiting the track 2 access to 2 access points. So there will be shared drives. So the 4 lots with 2 access points. And then behind it in track 3, we have a minimum of 1 acre lots. We do agree with TE2 as it relates to the trees. TE1, we don't agree to. We believe that what is before you is appropriate density, that being almost 2 acres and 1 acre to the north. So we believe the density to be appropriate, so we don't agree to TE1. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Box. Commissioner Privet, this is your ward. I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, David, where was that second access proposed?
Well, so along Southeast 74th, you'll have a total of 3. What you see is lot 22 and 23 will share, 20 and 21 will share, and then the commercial tract will have 1 access point on 74th, 1 access point onto Anderson, and then tract 3 will have the 1 access point onto Anderson.
Okay. I really don't have anything on this. Is there anybody here that wanted to be heard?
Mr. Box, I noticed that there is an eating establishment, fast food, a drive-through window. Are you good limiting that to 150 feet from the road?
Yes.
And then the only other thing I would mention, Commissioner Privet, on this one is just, is there a, I guess they would locate the Anderson Road access across from the existing curb cut there. I don't, it's like a corner gas station. I can't tell entirely what that is.
Yeah, it is a little
What's the
gas
question?
station. Been there for years.
Is that where the access would line up to? Your access onto Anderson? Cindy, if you could go back to the
I'm not sure
site
that
plan.
would meet the regulations.
Well, that's what I was getting to. Where are those access points going? Because that's really close to the intersection. So where are those going to go?
In tract 1,
Yes, the commercial tract.
what's our deck here? Do we care if we either match up or go further north? We're indifferent on where it is on Anderson. We're happy to match up if you want, or we can go further north if that's your desire.
Well, I think that the reason I bring it up is because I think Commissioner Privet might make some sense to have staff, sort of make suggestions there from a traffic standpoint, or Commissioner Clare, you may have input, but I mean, we got them here, we might as well locate them where we can to protect the intersection.
Do you know what?
Yeah, I think my preference would be to see that as far north as they can get it.
And the driveway on that gas station isn't really, that whole corner is a drive if if you want to drive on it. It's not really, it's not curb, it's not, there's no regulation going on there. It's
Got it.
kind of Wild West.
I just, sorry, I just think this is a good opportunity to try to protect, you're going to have higher traffic counts over there. You're going to bring more development here by doing this. We might as well regulate that if we have the opportunity.
So, I mean, perhaps we center it along the tract 1 lot on Anderson.
I'll have to defer to a traffic expert, Commissioner Clare, not to point fingers.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. So the Anderson Road access point would be centered in tract 1?
Yes, sir. And for purposes of the PUD, Mr. Grubbs will give me a number that I can put in instead of saying the word centered.
Yep.
As much flexibility as I'd like that to be, but I think it's better if there's a number involved.
Yep. And then what about on the 74th?
$200? You want to go all the way to the west side of track?
I like that idea. I heard that. Your mic's on.
We can just center that again.
Well, I heard west. I like west.
What?
I heard west.
Yeah, he said, no, I can't go west. Because then you're putting it right up against somebody's house.
Got it.
Somebody's lot.
I was going to suggest that on both of those, whatever that property line is, that we say the north half. So anywhere that entrance could occur anywhere from the midpoint north to the property.
Okay. And then on 74th would be the west half?
Correct.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Fine.
All right. Commissioner Privet, you good with that?
Yeah, can we make that 1 TE, the 2 access
Yeah.
roads? Okay.
Yeah. And he also agreed to the 150 feet from residential too, on the drive-through order window use unit, 8300.36.
Yeah, okay.
And just for clarification, what that does, I'm sure everybody knows, but when you've got a left-hand turn lane, when you shift those entrances, farther north or farther west, you're allowing, longer queuing distances so people can get around those queued cars and get in, and you're not holding up northbound or westbound traffic. So.
Okay.
I think we're ready when you are. There's no one else here that wanted to be heard on this item. I don't have anybody signed up to speak, so unless there's discussion up here, I'll take a motion.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve PUD 1794, subject to TE's number 2, striking TE number 1, adding TE number 3 regarding the access roads. The access road on Anderson should be centered with track 1 and along Anderson on the west side of the track on that side. And then number 5, the drive-through use unit be no less than 150 foot from residential.
You good with that?
Yes.
Applicant's in agreement. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available. And that application is approved.
Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. Commissioner LaForge, how'd you want to vote on that item? Okay, that application is approved unanimously. Next item is item 36.
Item 36 is PUD 1795, an application by Allen Oak Development to rezone 11800 Northwestern Avenue from R2 to PUD 1795. The subject site is on the east side of Northwestern, frontage on the north side of 117th. It's requested, the PUD is requested for a multifamily development, and it reduces density and restricts access onto the neighborhood street. Staff recommend approval with 2 TEs. The applicant agrees with both of them, and David Box is here to represent the applicant.
Yeah, once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. There is a third TE that we would need to add. The chair has asked that we alter the setback of the dumpsters from 25 and instead require they all be. So it is, as the planning director said, we did take care to make sure that we didn't access the neighborhood street, force all of that access onto Western. It is zoned in a duplex PUD right now, it's our understanding, and we did reduce down the density that could otherwise be developed in a multifamily application by 100 lots. So with that, we would ask for your approval with the addition of the TE number 3.
David, when you said 50 feet from I'm assuming we're talking about the east property line, was that it, just from, so I'm clear?
Any residential.
I just said residential district.
Oh, just from residential?
Yeah,
Which is
because
fine.
the site plan is just a picture. I don't know what
Yeah,
they're gonna do.
true.
They've got that, I mean, they've got that channel on the east side, so I thought it's probably unlikely, but we've just tried to incorporate that as a compatibility measure, so when we were going through other cases, I just mentioned that I'd noticed that it was 25 in this application.
Works for me.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm in support. I've met with David about this proposal, and yeah, I'm in full support.
I do not have anybody signed up to speak on this. Is there anybody that wanted to be heard on this item? Seeing none, any comments from commissioners? If not, Commissioner Pennington, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of PUD 1795 with the addition of technical evaluation number 3, which will require that dumpsters be 50 feet from any residential property.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I don't know why I keep asking this. You guys are going to push a button.
Second.
Cast your votes. Old habits die hard. That application is approved unanimously. Item 37 was continued.
I'm going to step out for 1 minute.
Okay. That's a good point, by the way. I should have said this, and for those of you that I forgot to mention this to up here, I didn't. Our staff door is obviously locked. If we need to at any point just take a formal break, we can certainly do that. Don't feel free to request that, or don't be afraid to request that if it's necessary. So we'll continue the show on, though. Item 37 has been continued. Item 38.
38 is SPUD 1266, application to rezone 2829 North May from C3 to SPUD 1266. This SPUD would allow auto sales on North May Avenue across from Northwest Classen High School. Staff recommended approval with 2 TEs regarding access, and David Box represents the applicant.
Yes, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is a bit of an odd one in that it's already zone C3, and as you know, under C3, a car lot is allowed pursuant to a special permit application. However, Chapter 59 has a provision where if you don't have a certain amount of frontage on an arterial and you're across from residential district, you're not eligible. Well, here we are across from a residential district. It just happens to be that is Northwest Classen High School and not a residential subdivision. So rather than coming here for a special permit and having to go seek relief at the Board of Adjustment for a variance to that, got to come in with the SPUD. What that allows us to do is to reduce some of the uses that could otherwise be built by right today and putting in the car lot. So of the 2 TEs, I know Commissioner Powers is not here, but it was very important to her that on TE1, rather than do anything with that access, she wants us to prohibit access north onto Northwest 28th Street, which we are fine to do. So what we would propose is just to modify TE1 to prohibit access onto Northwest 28th Street. And as it relates to May Avenue, TE2 asked to close May Avenue access. We absolutely need May Avenue access, but what we can provide is a single point of access to meet the width requirements for driveways on arterials. It's our belief that that will help clean that up, and her concern with Northwest 28th was you're forcing traffic onto what she believes to be a neighborhood street, and we were happy to accommodate that request.
Thank you, Mr. Box. I did speak with Commissioner Powers on the item, and she articulated the same to me. So, Commissioner Claro, do you have a take on that from a traffic standpoint, just because you're kind of our resident traffic expert here?
It's, I see pros and cons both ways. I mean, when you have all your access coming off of May, so you've got people pulling onto May. It's not a controlled, intersection.
Does have a turn lane, which is good.
Yeah, I can't see exactly. I presume 28th Street is, just two lanes. But, you got multiple lanes, and you're talking about the center turn lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but, you've still got vehicles having to slow down to make, a right turn into the property. Really, it's a small site, and you're going to have issues either way.
Okay.
So.
Well, so let's talk about the driveway onto May, just so we're all crystal clear, because somebody's going to have to put this into a TE and craft a motion here. You're going to limit it to one access point from May, correct?
Sure.
And you'll meet the existing code, which I guess is 30 feet.
Yeah. So what I would propose on the TEs is we modify TE1 to read, modify it to say that access shall be prohibited onto Northwest 28th Street, and TE2 should say May Avenue access shall be limited to a single point of access, and the width of that point of access shall meet the code as it relates to driveway width.
So you're gonna curb the whole front of May except for one drive? Because as it is now, the whole thing's a drive except for one little tiny island that has a
So
curb.
we're gonna curb that part, and there will be ways to keep traffic off without curbing the balance of it.
And I think that will be a,
That's right.
yeah, and I think that'll go a long way to kind of cleaning up any sort of issue down the road when at some point in the future, it won't be a car lot anymore, it'll be something else, and that traffic coming in and out. I don't know if anybody looked at a street view, but there's literally just this little tiny outcropping of a curb, and then the rest of the entire front of May Avenue is just open drive for access. So I think this will actually clean the site up a lot. I didn't know about the cut on 28th. I don't have a strong opinion about it because I'm not a traffic expert, but to me, I guess it makes sense. So I think they're doing a good job of cleaning this little site up, as small as it is, from a traffic on May standpoint. So, any other disagreement or discussion on this? I do not have anybody signed up to speak, and I don't see anybody who wants to speak. So with that, if there's no further discussion, and then somebody's comfortable with the TEs, I'll take a motion.
Am I up again, Mr. Chairman? On this, I'll try. I move approval of SPUD 1266 with the following changes to the technical evaluations. That vehicle access be prohibited onto Northwest 28th Street, and that TE2 be amended to create one single point of access that will meet the driveway code of 30 feet onto May. I think I repeated myself a little bit.
Yeah, whatever the driveway width requirement.
Whatever the driveway width requirement is.
Yep.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes when available. And that application is approved unanimously. Thank you. Item 39.
39 is case number SPUD 1269, application to rezone 616 North Cemetery Road from A. The 4.6 acre subject site is located on the east side of Cemetery Road and then south of 10th Street. The SPUD proposes duplex development accessed by private drives, and staff recommended approval with one TE, which the applicant agrees to, and Mark Grubbs is here on behalf of the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. We do agree to the TE, just a small parcel left between the church tract and the residential to the south, which we're submitting a spud on behalf of the answering questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Grubbs. Commissioner Coffey, this is your ward. Any comments or questions on this one?
No, I have driven this area. It seems to fit nicely into this area far west Oklahoma City, approaching Yukon. I think if you are in agreement with the technical evaluations in terms of a landscape buffer there between the residential area, it seems to fit well in the area, so I have no concerns.
Awesome. Is there anybody here who wants to be heard on this item today? I think I do have one person signed up. Forgive me here. Sean Holt?
Our homeowners association president is not with us anymore, so I kind of lost a bet, so I'm here today on his behalf. So,
Mr. Holt, if you would you give us your address, please?
do what now?
Would you give us your address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, 608 Celtic Circle, Yukon, Oklahoma. I live in the house that backs up to this addition right here. How do you do this? You put it up in front of here, or just scan this, or? Oh, okay, that's the plat, okay. Anyway, I've got all the residents that back up to that, and they're against it. I've had them sign a deal here, but I don't think there's anything we can do about it. I went to the church, and they said they could care less, so. Our deal is the same thing. When you put duplexes in an area like that, the traffic's so bad on Cemetery Road, it needs to be a 4-lane road with stop signs anyway, but it's not. I live in that first cul-de-sac right there, and what happens, people pull around in there, turn around all day long, all night, right there, yeah. And we have one entrance in, one entrance out, and that's it. So that's really all our concerns, and we really don't want to look in our backyard and look at duplexes. I hate to be mean, I'm not trying to be any way, but I guess my last thing to say, and I'm not trying to be funny, is when do we sell? I'll get out of here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Is there anybody else who wants to be heard on this item? I hate that Mr. Holt is leaving. What I would just say, Commissioner Coffey, I mean, this is a residentially zoned property to the south, right? It's R1. This affronts Cemetery Road. It's not taking access into the neighborhood. There's a, I think, there's not even a connection, is there?
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
There's not even a connection, is there?
No.
Yeah. So,
And it'll be limited to single story.
yeah. Seems wholly compatible to me. I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Coffey.
Well, I don't disagree with the issue on the traffic, plus Cemetery Road is in dire need of resurfacing, and hopefully that will happen before long, but I don't see that this particular project will exacerbate that. So unless there are others who want to be heard, I would make a motion to approve this PUD.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Claire, second.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes when available. And that application is approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 40. No, yes.
Yes, 40 is case number SPUD 1273, application to rezone 7700 South Pennsylvania Avenue from O2 to SPUD 1273. This site is located on the east side of South Pennsylvania and south of I-240. The SPUD would allow retail uses inside an existing building. Staff recommended approval subject to 2 TEs, and Charlie Allen is here on behalf of the applicant.
Charles Allen, Allen Engineering, address 1601 Southwest 89th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. This is an existing building. We're just trying to add some uses to make it more commercial. We agree with the TEs. However, I've talked with staff recently this afternoon, and they'd like to combine TE 1 and 2 so that the sidewalk is also included if the building is demolished and rebuilt. Happy to answer any questions.
Say that one for me one more time. I think I'd...
Staff is wanting to combine TE 1 and 2. 1 is the requirement for the sidewalk, that be included in number 2 with if the building is demolished and rebuilt.
Oh, I see. So in other words, it will only be required in the event that the building is demolished.
Correct.
Okay.
Currently now the site's a little problematic to get a sidewalk in there. Well, to the north is a drive. We've got a funeral home to the south that also is paved, and we've got a drive-through in front that's paved. So currently, if people want to walk on pavement, they'd be walking in the driveway.
Got it. Understood. Commissioner Hinkle, this is your ward, my friend. I'll let you take it from here.
Nobody signed up to speak.
I do not have anybody signed up on this item.
I visited with Mr. Allen yesterday. I think it's a great use for, it was a Mademoiselle Fitness Center for years and years, and it's sat vacant for 5 years now, maybe.
Problem.
And just a great use for it. It has a shopping mall on one side, and on the back side is residential, and there's none of those uses that appear to conflict with residential, so without anything else, I'd be happy to make a motion.
Outstanding. Commissioners, other comments or concerns on this one? I don't see anybody looking at me. Is there anybody here from the audience that wanted to be heard on this item today, members of the public? If not, Commissioner Hinkle, your show.
Move approval of SPUD, what was the number of that? 1274?
1273.
Combining the two TEs to where the sidewalk gets done if the building is ever torn down and redone.
I have a motion. I don't know why I keep asking that. I'm sorry. Somebody push the button.
Push the button, man. I'll second. Button.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes when available. By the fourth meeting of doing this, I'll probably finally get it. That application is approved unanimously. Good luck, Mr. Allen. Next item is item 41.
Case number C-7246 is a final plat of Arrow Heights located south of Southeast 29th Street and east of South Henney Road. It's a 17-lot rural subdivision zoned RA. All lots are at least 1 acre in size. Staff recommended approval subject to 3 TEs. The applicant agrees with TE1 and requests to strike TE2 as it will be met with TE3 and is not needed for the application. And David Box is here to represent.
Yeah, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. As the chairman said, we do agree with TE1, TE2, and 3. I think are unnecessary. TE2 can certainly be struck. I think TE3 is boilerplate, but we're not aware of any separate instruments that will be at issue here. So we'd ask for 2 and 3 to be removed.
Commissioner Pruitt, this is your ward. I'll let you lead off our discussion here.
Okay. I didn't have anything on this one. What were the size of the lots, David?
1 acre.
1 acre? Yeah, okay. Yeah, no issue.
Can we hear from staff on their thoughts on deleting 2 and 3?
Sure, you bet.
Yeah.
Staff, somebody, anybody?
Defer to JJ on that one, if he's around.
JJ, come on down. You're the next contestant. That's Jared, not
Or
JJ,
Jared.
but we'll take you too, buddy. Whatever keeps you rolling.
So the third TE is a standard TE that we normally put on these plats whenever they have sewer or water easements outside of the boundary of the plat. This is a case where that's not going to be the case, so they don't need that TE. TE2 involves the open space requirement, and they are providing open space easements on this site that'll include the area within the front setback adjacent to the road, to where all the residents will have access to those areas, so that T is not needed as well. They will meet the requirement of the open space.
Okay, well, that sure made that easy.
All right.
Commissioner Pruitt?
Yeah.
I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this one. I guess I'll ask before you go. Is there anybody that wants to be heard on this item? Seeing and hearing no one? If there's no more discussion, Commissioner Pruitt, it's all you.
Okay, I'll make the motion to approve C-7246, striking TEs 2 and 3, and adopting 1, obviously.
I will sit here awkwardly until someone seconds the motion. I will say, please cast your votes when available. That application is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item is item 42.
42 is SPUD 1264, application reason I-35 Service Road from SPUD 610 to SPUD 1264. The SPUD is requested to allow all uses permitted in the I-2 district and request to maintain a provision of the existing SPUD that allows a billboard within 1,000 feet of another billboard. And David Box is here to represent the applicant.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a strange site in that it is zoned in an SPUD that only allows one use. It allows no buildings whatsoever. The only use allowed is a billboard. My client acquired this, not fully understanding what that meant, went to City Hall to get permits to go build a building, and was told that it wasn't permitted under the current SPUD. So the purpose of the SPUD is to allow things other than non-accessory billboards to be built. We did have to provide for the non-accessory billboard because it is there. Somebody owns a permanent easement for that piece of dirt that my client doesn't have any control over. So it is accounted for in the document. We did work with not only Development Services, but the Municipal Counselor's Office to ensure that what we were doing was in compliance with the current moratorium that is in place based upon Oklahoma City Council's current decisions. So with that, it's a modified I-2 development. It's consistent and compatible with the area. There is a change that didn't get incorporated into the document, or into your staff report, rather. So we do agree with the 1 TE, but we need to add a TE as it relates to facade. I did talk to Commissioner Pennington about this, but we need to, I'll just read it for purpose of the record, and perhaps the motion can just reflect this. But the following building materials shall be permitted: brick veneer, rock or stone masonry, stucco, cementitious siding, including but not limited to the brand commonly known as James Hardy, finished metal, and finished concrete block. Again, that is what was done in November. Staff is in possession of that, but I think we need to add a TE to just make that amendment to the document. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any objection to making dumpsters 50 feet from residential? You don't have any presently, but it's in your PUD, so I just want to, or SPUD, so it's at 25 feet from residential now.
Any objection to what?
Making the separation in your document, in your MDS, 25 feet for your dumpsters to 50, just like all the others.
From a residential?
Yeah, there isn't one that exists now, but it's in your SPUD, so.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Commissioner Pennington, do you have anything else on this one?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything to add. I'm in support.
That makes that easy. Is there anybody here that wants to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none, if there's no further discussion from the commission or concerns, I will certainly take a motion, Commissioner Pennington.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve of SPUD 1264 with the following additional technical evaluations. That we add TE number 2 related to the facade be limited to, the exterior shall consist of the finishes read into the record by the applicant. TE number 2, require that dumpsters be located 50 feet from any nearby residential zoning.
Okay, I have a motion. Somebody second it, and then we'll vote. It's been seconded. Cast your votes when available. Oh, you're going to get timed out. And that application is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Next item is item 44.
44 or 43?
Oh, my fault, 43.
Okay. 43 is SPUD 1270, application to rezone 3104 Northwestern Avenue from SPUD 763 to SPUD 1270. The proposed development site is an 8,000 square foot developed parcel located at the northeast corner of 30th and Northwestern. The new SPUD seeks a C3 base and requests to add uses for growing of marijuana. Staff recommended approval with 2 TEs, and the applicant is Jonathan Russell.
Or in this case, I believe it's Mr. Humphreys. Is that right?
Sorry?
Mr.
Yes.
Humphrey? Yeah. Give us your
Humphrey.
address for the record, and then I'm going to owe you an apology.
Not a problem. Troy Humphrey, 114 Northwest 6th Street, Oklahoma City, here to speak on behalf of the applicant. We're in agreement with the staff recommendations with one revision. It does say at the end, plus growing and retail. We would like to strike retail. That was never an intended use. However, we would also like to add window tinting, such as automobiles. We would like to add that to the use as well, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Bear with me one second, Mr. Humphrey. So, apologize. This item, Commissioner Powers had contacted me and made a request that we continue the item, and I totally forgot at the outset. The continuance was based on the applicant's lack of agreement to amend to C1 and exclude retail. You are in agreement to amend to C1 and exclude retail. You just want to add window tinting. Is that correct?
The end conclusion, yes, is correct. However, we've never been disagreeing with them. We've never wanted retail. It was strictly growing the whole time.
Okay.
But we are in agreement with the recommendation.
I believe that retail was included, though, and I think I accidentally...
If it was a Scrivener errors, and we apologize for that.
Okay. Okay, so you're in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
Then the comment that she made to me would be, this would be in line with that, so no objection for me?
No objection.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners on this one?
Just a question. When you say the window tinting, and I'm assuming we're talking about cars, do we have any like queuing issues with like a lot of cars being all around this area? Because
Well,
is that
I was
a
going to
problem?
say, I'm not aware of what the use unit would be for window tinting. I don't think there's a window tinting use unit.
So then,
Automotive accessories, something like that?
That would be great. Sarah, look at you. Dun, 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 dun. All right. That's not on. If you could let her in there. 6 feet. There you go.
How's it working now?
Window tinting is a C3 use. It's conditional in C3. It's light auto repair.
So we would need to add that use unit.
That use unit would have to be added or conditioned for the window tinting use. It would not normally be allowed in C1.
So light auto repair restricted to window tinting?
I like that. What's that use unit?
Light auto repair.
Do you know the
I
number?
don't know the number.
Okay, well, for the record, we know what we're talking about. There we go. Okay. Okay. Any further discussion from commissioners on this one? I don't have anybody else signed up to speak. So if not, I think we're ready for somebody to try to make a motion here.
I'll try. I'll move approval of SPUD 1270 with the following amendments to technical evaluation number 1, that the retail use be eliminated and that we add light auto repair that is specifically to allow for window tinting only.
Good with that? Stands. Take a second when someone wants to make it. This motion's been seconded. Cast your votes when available. And that application has been approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Actually seems
Item
quicker than those Zoom meetings.
44.
Case number SPUD 1272, an application to rezone 1724, 1728, 1734, and 1736 Northwest 1st Street from R2 to SPUD 1272. The subject site is located along Northwest 1st Street between Virginia and Kentucky Avenues. This is a request for a modified I-2 SPUD. Staff recommended approval subject to 5 TEs. The applicant is Ken Fitzsimmons.
Hello, I'm Ken Fitzsimmons, 1228 Northwest 36th Street, Oklahoma City. And my client, Josh Livingston, could not be here today. He had work emergencies. But before we get into the TEs, just wanted to be real quick. I know you guys want to get out of here, but just to give you a little context.
That was easy.
Josh wanted to let you guys know that he's owned a business next to this property for 10 years. And he's seen a lot of things, good things happen there, but he's also seen, recently more crime actually than in the past, and he's been in contact with the city and the mayor's office about that, how to resolve. But despite that, he wants to continue to stay where he is. And in order for him to stay there, he really needs to expand his operations. Currently, he has 2 buildings there, one on the south side of the alley, one on the north side of the alley, just to the east of the property that we're talking about here. But he also has buildings in other parts of this area that he has to have his employees go from building to building, move materials around, so it's really inconvenient, bad for production. He was not able to, until recently, have even a chance to expand because the land was locked up, and he's had a chance to put in an offer on this, and it's the offer is good through the end of the year, is my understanding, based on contingency of what happens here today, partly. That's not your problem, but just giving you some context on where he is with this. In general, Josh has looked around and he wants to build, his ultimate vision for this is rather than building a 10,000 or 12,000 square foot typical metal building warehouse like you'd see in a suburban industrial park, he wants to try to develop this in a way that makes sense and basically would be similar to what's already there. There's a lot of smaller industrial scale buildings, about 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. And that's what he's thinking, is that he would like to develop smaller buildings rather than one giant block of a building. And so he's really hoping to be able to work this out. So all that to lead up to the TE, everything we're okay with, or some of the TEs we definitely have issues with, we'd like to discuss with you, but some of them we realized that we had maybe inadvertently kept more intense use. TE2 and TE3 in particular, we agree with the staff, delete the laundry service 8300.48, but instead which is an industrial scale laundry facility. We don't care for that, but we would like to make sure that we can do something like dry cleaning, people coming and going, dropping off their laundry. So we would like to add 8300.32, convenience sales and personal services. And on TE3, we're fine with dropping the 8350.15, wholesaling, storage, and distribution, but we would like to add back 8350.16, which is wholesaling, storage, and distribution restricted. Again, that was unintentional that we had those more intense uses in there. Likewise, we're okay with omitting the spectator sports entertainment, 8300.69. TE4, we're okay with all the parking that's required to be on the site, assuming that you guys are okay with the proposed parking in the SPUD. The two that we'd like to challenge is TE1. There's a house on the west end of the property, and the TE notes 25-foot setback. We would like to request that be reduced to 15 feet, and we're okay with dropping the height of the development at that end to make that more compatible. We were thinking maybe it goes down from 50 feet to 35 feet for that end. In TE5, my client would really like to be able to have more than one access drive from Northwest First. It's a 183-foot wide property along there, and there's currently 2 existing drives there, and it's 3 addresses. So the hope is that we would be allowed to have 3 driveways, and we're not asking for industrial width type driveways, but they could be, just your basic 2-lane drives, maybe 20 feet wide, something along those lines, to allow, if there are multiple buildings here, to allow each building to have access to the street without having to share or go across each other's property. So those are really the two that we were concerned about. And we have been talking with Mr. Highsmith, and I think we're in agreement, except maybe we've not come to agreement on TE5. I think Mr. Highsmith would like to limit it to 2, but my client would really like to get 3 in there.
Well, and I'll go ahead and speak to the conversations we've had. As he points out, on specifically on the curb cuts, you guys know I'm kind of always specific on drives. Staff asked for just 1. They want 3. My compromise was 2, the obvious compromise. And for me, I think it's a very reasonable ask, just as we ask a lot of other retails to have a shared drive. Having 2 of these potential tenant uses share a single drive, and then allowing the third to have its own drive, to me is a very reasonable ask. I understand that everybody wants additional flexibility, but I think the west side of downtown in this area, everybody knows, is highly transitional. Nobody can predict exactly how things are going to end up. Maybe it does end up being more industrial, but I still think, to me, it's always good to ask everybody to do better as development continues. I think it's a reasonable ask, and for me, in order to get my approval today, I'm kind of standing firm on the 2 drives. But I'll leave it up to obviously the rest of my commissioners to decide how they feel about it.
And I don't want to sound like a mom trying to guilt everybody here about coming to see us more often or that kind of thing. But this is the kind of thing, if we can't make this work, it may be that my client, he doesn't want to do this, but if he can't expand there and get the amount of drives that he needs to make it work for his business plan, he may have to look elsewhere. So we're really hoping that there'd be consideration that there's already a lot of businesses, the majority of the businesses along the street are already operating in this manner, where they have smaller lots, and they actually have drives that are as wide as their lots in most cases. So we kind of feel like that we're maybe giving there a little bit in terms of not asking for a drive as wide as what the neighbors are already doing. We're hoping that maybe that would be something you would consider as well.
Me personally, I would just like to see a curb, or some curbs are well defined, and that it's only going to get better in this area.
Well,
but that
just to add I guess a little bit additional color too for me. I mean, what's really very attractive about this particular block and some of these along on Main is the alley access.
Right.
These as industrial uses have have incredible alley access on what's, essentially already an approved alley that allows access for the industrial uses on the Main Street side. I'd also like to say, I'm very familiar with Mr. Livingston's business, art form there. Great local business, absolute, I think that they're great neighbors. It's just in terms of this development, especially if it's going to be for him, I would think that they could commit, to less drives. But if indeed it's for 3 potential future tenants and he wants the flexibility for development, to me still I think it's a reasonable ask, that we consider the compromise of the 2 drives.
What did you say the frontage was?
I'm sorry?
The total frontage? What did you say that
It's
was?
183 feet.
I mean, that's driveway separation requirements are typically 200 feet on like an arterial road. So, 2 drives seems more than adequate to serve a 184-foot wide site. Why would this not be adequate? I guess.
Well, and I didn't think about this before I brought this up. I was, in the old days, I'd pull up exhibits. I'm not sure with the screens and all that, but just this is we didn't present a conceptual SPUD site plan previously, trying to rely on the language rather than getting tied into specifics. But just wanted to give you a rough idea of kind of what we're thinking here. I can show this around maybe.
We can see it on our screen. We've got it on our screen.
Well,
what he's showing you is perspective.
What I'm showing you is potentially a concept.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Fold it up into a paper airplane, try to throw it over the top.
So, I think it's pretty simple. This is not the final rendition, of course, of what the buildings would be, but the idea is 3 simple buildings and maybe parking, a little bit of parking, and a small drive off Northwest First.
Because you've got 3 lots there.
Correct.
So ultimately, you're creating kind of an exit strategy. You'd be able to divide them up and sell them individually.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
You'd be able to divide them up and sell them individually because they're
that
individual.
would be the ultimate goal.
Yeah, that's your exit strategy. I get
it. Just trying to think in terms of he may use all of this, but the way that things go because of the nature of the small scale businesses there already, he thinks that it would be more compatible to do smaller scale structures.
I get it.
Boutique industrial is how he's referred to it.
What I would just say to this is if you look at the zoning map in our packets, and I'm sure Cindy can put it on the screen here. This thing is, there are some remnants of old residential, but the overwhelming majority of property that appears on the aerial map, as you see now on your screen, is not only industrial, but it's intensive industrial. It's I-2, it's I-3, it's stuff like that. There is a lot of this development used to be, oddly enough, in little pockets of Midtown and in other places that are closer into the West Downtown area, and it's all being pushed out by these higher and better use developments. So the demand and the need for industrial still exists. And so to me, this is like a natural byproduct of higher intensity development taking place, and it's pushing those horrible uses like industrial, I say that tongue in cheek, out further away. And so that's what we're getting into. I'm not particularly bothered by it, given where it is and what, I understand what you're trying to do. It's just an awful lot of access, and I'm just not sure that I feel comfortable that I know what I might not see, what the blind spot may be. If your client takes this and sells it, we've got 3 lots and 3 curb cuts. I don't know that it matters much, but I don't know that it doesn't. So I guess I'm just talking out loud to see how everybody feels, but I'm sort of indifferent is my point. You seem to have a strong opinion to stick to 2, but
To me, still, it's what is the question? We can't predict what comes next. There seems to be, at least, based on what we see in this commission, that this area, there's a lot of question about what it's going to become. I agree that, there's a lot of industry down here. I'm happy to support industrial use. But I think that they're going in the right direction with the idea of boutique industrial. I think it provides, the potential for this to start to mix into other kind of mixed use development. In that regard, though, I think that also comes with a little bit of compromise so that it is more compatible with those uses. And to me, it really is a question of there's existing R2 across the street. What if it stays? What if somebody comes in and does, something with some multifamily there? How does what's across the street mix into this neighborhood? I don't think, the only problem for me is I just don't think it's a big ask. And I understand that they want the exit strategy, but shared drives don't preclude, in my opinion, that type of exit strategy. Does it make it a little more difficult? Sure, but a shared access drive in the middle between two lots, I think is, there's precedent, it's reasonable. And so that's the only reason, at least for me, that because I don't see, I just frankly, I don't quite understand Josh's position on that, because it seems a very reasonable ask. And that's why I struggle.
And can I just say, and I'm in total agreement with Commissioner Highsmith, and I would recommend, assuming that there is consensus on the commission, maybe we need some creative language about, in the event that there is a certain type of development that you all would want to, that you feel like you can really make the case for the 3 drives, maybe that's the language that we need as a TE, is something just more creative that will give you that flexibility. But at this point, I haven't heard enough evidence to prove that 3 drives is actually necessary. So maybe it's some kind of contingency wording that if they, I don't know, but just a thought.
Well, and this is what the other point I was about to make, is that what makes this land so unique to me is the very readily accessible alley frontage.
Yeah.
That kind of solves even further the issue for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I agree with that. I think if it were the alley access requested, I think I'd be far less worried about that than I would be about First. But it would seem to me that you could take access there and it eliminates the whole problem. It doesn't change much about the way that your property is going to lay out or function if you're going to do shotgun industrial spaces. So I think what you're getting is that we want to see development here. We'd love to get behind this and support it. I think. Am I mic cutting in and out or something?
But if they were divided into 3 properties, I think that's Josh's main concern, is that having shared access, shared parking would not be desirable.
Well, but you can have an access point that splits off into 2 parking lots in front of industrial buildings and do it fine. That product exists all over town. They're everywhere. I don't know. I think we're at an impasse. So I'm just going to move the discussion along and say, it sounds to me like 2 drives, you've got a consensus agreement. If you want 3, I don't think you can get there. I'm going to call for a vote here in a second. You tell me what you want to live with, and we'll call a vote on it.
Yeah, we talked about it, Josh and I talked about it, and he just wants you to vote. We don't want to continue it because his offer does end at the end of this month. So I guess vote as you will, and we'll see how it falls.
Okay, it sounds like we're at a point where we could say TE3 would be amended to 2 access points. Is everyone in agreement with, is it, Commissioner Highsmith, this is your ward. TE5, 2 access points.
Well, because they're not in agreement with it, right? Can we even ask for that revision? We just kind of got to vote it on it as it is, right?
Yeah, we're making this up as we go. So we could say 1 or we could give them 5.
Well, I'm saying they want 3. We can amend it to 2 and vote on it and approve it, but that's not acceptable to the applicant, right? So if they want 3, we're voting on 3, and at that point, it would probably be a motion to deny.
Okay. Well, is that, you tell us, you're the applicant, so give us some direction here.
Well,
we need to.
3 is the, less than 3 is a deal breaker for him.
Okay. Well, that convinces me, by the way, that he absolutely intends to construct shotgun industrial buildings that he wants to sell off individually. So just so we're clear. That's exactly what's going on if that's the case. But this is your word. I'm going to let you take it from here. Let's make a motion and see where we are.
I don't want to do this, but yes, I'm going to have to say then in that case, well, again, just to be clear, if I'm going to make a motion to deny, are we amending the TEs to what they're asking?
No, you're just making a motion to deny the application.
Okay. Well, all right, with all that said, I'm going to make a motion then to recommend denial on the item.
Would we make, just before Mr. Chairman, would we make our intent more clear to the city council if we went ahead and approved Commissioner Highsmith's original recommendation of it being the 2 driveways, so that they're clear about this is what we actually think it should be?
Can I throw one monkey wrench in there?
Yeah.
The guy standing before us just mentioned, Mr. Fitzsimmons, so sorry, that they don't own it. So this is contingent on this approval. So we might as well make the recommendation to deny it. Otherwise, we're altering someone's property that's going to own it after the fact. Somebody else can come back and we can have this discussion again. I think the denial motion makes a lot of sense, given all the facts we now know that exist.
Again, it's not the outcome I want, but that being the case, yeah, I'll restate the motion to recommend denial.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Well,
Second.
somebody make it on the thing. Please cast your votes when available. I have a motion and a second to deny SPUD 1272. And that recommendation to deny is approved, or is, yeah, you get it. It's been denied. Yeah.
Not deny, yes.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 45.
Case number SPUD 1274, application to rezone 2300 Southwest. This spot is requested for a new 8-unit apartment building on a vacant lot at Southwest 28th and Young's. Staff found the density consistent with urban medium land use topology area, but had concerns about a design that would remove new sidewalks just installed along both streets. Staff recommended approval with 4 TEs aimed at modifying the design, and Charlie Allen represents the applicant.
Charles Allen, Allen Engineering, 1601 Southwest 89th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73159. We're in agreement with all 4 or 5 TEs, have actually redrawn the site. Can provide anybody that wants to look at a copy of that. Emailed that to Asa this morning. Had traded a few phone messages back and forth yesterday. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Mr. Highsmith?
We didn't have time to talk about the exhibit that he sent this morning. As he says, they're in agreement with all the TEs. I do want to say one thing though. Like while I'm happy to hear that you guys are in agreement with the TEs, the outcome that we're getting with the new site plan, I'm not sure is exactly what everyone was thinking. That being that there being essentially a parking lot in the front yard, which is kind of how it ends up on the new exhibit. I think
parking off of where? I'm sorry.
Well, there was parking off of not Young, but what's our North Street there?
28th Street.
28th. With there being essentially like a small parking lot in the front yard of what's otherwise a highly residential street, I'm not sure the compatibility there is quite what we were looking for. I think more what I was understanding is a drive down the west side of the site that would then push the building to the fore and up to the setback. Does that make sense? I'm not necessarily asking you guys to do another layout. I'm not trying to litigate this on the horseshoe, but
well, I think
with an abbreviated period to discuss this,
right.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I think with the 25-foot front setback, the best use for that area is parking to allow for the size of the building to adequately provide 8 units on there. So, I guess I think the new site plans is what the TEs or meets the TEs.
It does. It does.
Okay.
Hey, so are you talking about residents having to back out onto 29th to get out, or?
Would you mind? Is there a good way to pass that around?
Yeah, I've got several copies if I can. If we could, I think that site plan, and now I've got an old copy, but.
Well, and the other thing I might ask, Cindy, is there any way to go to the aerial?
Because the building to the west, if we're allowed to reduce the front setback, and aligned with the building to the west of us, which would be less than 25 feet, then we could probably make something work, and then with additional landscaping, reduce the parking a little bit. So if what I've got is not acceptable, we'd probably ask for a continuance so we can work out a site plan and make some other changes.
Well, let me see if my other commissioners kind of have the same questions I do.
I'm with you.
I'm okay with this.
Well, this makes more sense to me than what was up before, but.
Yeah.
Definitely, but
Yeah.
still the question is that parking lot that's essentially on 28th. If you look at the adjacent development, it's much more neighborhood oriented, and the idea I don't know. I'm just the idea of what is this 6 parking spaces in the front yard of a
6 in
of
front,
residence.
6 in back.
Yeah, it might be weird.
Could you? But there's no way to get them all along the alley because it would push the building up in front of the building setback line.
I might need to ask that question to the applicant. Does that sound right?
If we were to move all that parking to the alley.
Correct.
Correct. And push the building more forward up
Right.
to 28th.
But we're only going to be able to move it forward about 10 feet until we come to the 25-foot front yard setback.
That's what
So we basically lose 4 spaces in front. However, the building to the west of us has probably got I'm going to say a 15-foot front yard setback. So that if we were allowed to go to the 15-foot, that would allow more room in the back to provide parking. We could also reduce the parking up to 25% if we increase landscaping. So.
It says 15 feet to the north.
I thought it said 25. I'm sorry, I don't.
No, it says 15. North
Okay.
setback 15 feet. So that's what I'm saying. You could pull all the parking to the back,
All right,
right?
correct.
That would seem to fix all the problems. You agree with that?
Yes.
Anybody have a disagreement about that? Sounds like we got a consensus.
Well,
That sounds like a good
let's
TE.
do that.
Sounds good.
All right.
Is there anybody here that want to be heard on this item today? Hearing and seeing none, if you think you can make the motion, let's do it.
I'm totally relying on the system today, so I don't know if I can pull up the TEs.
That's okay.
Mind if I look at yours? Oh, there we go. Just to be clear, are we modifying any of the TEs? Right? You're in agreement. It sounds like everything we've discussed matches.
We're just
that.
adding a TE to require parking to basically be on the south side of the development off the alley.
Okay, that'll be all right. So that'll be TE 5.
Correct.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll make a recommendation for approval, adding TE 5 that would state that parking for the development would be taken from the rear with the 15-foot setback in the front, allowing it to develop as discussed.
Thank you.
Yeah, does that sound right?
I think the intent is clear.
Okay.
You're going to put the parking in the rear, and you're going to take access off the alley. Is that correct?
Correct.
That sounds like a great TE. We have a motion. I'll take a second.
You got
Somebody? I got one.
Claire,
Sorry. Vote when available.
Thank you.
That awkward silence while we wait for the result. We're missing somebody? Commissioner Hinkle?
I vote yes.
He votes yes. All votes have been cast? And the application is approved unanimously. Good luck, Mr. Allen.
Okay.
Thanks for your work
Just
here.
to be clear, though, the front setback is 15 feet.
The front setback per the document and the TE is 15 feet. Next item is item 46.
Item 46 is PUD 1787, application to rezone 12266 Woodland Hills Drive from PUD 275 to PUD 1787. This application was heard at the November meeting and continued. The 9.86 acre subject site is located southeast of northeast 122nd Street and North Coltrane Road. The PUD is requested for an RV park. Staff had originally recommended approval subject to 5 TEs. The applicant has agreed to all the TEs and has some additional changes based on recent negotiations And Bert Belanger and Mark Zitzow are here on behalf of the applicant to walk us through those amendments.
Good afternoon. Start by giving us your name and address for the record, and then
Yes.
just let us know if you have anything to add to the staff's introduction to your item.
Mr. Chairman, Bert Belanger, attorney for the applicant, and we also have representatives from Johnson Associates here that are the engineers for the project. My clients are watching on the streaming, so.
We're happy to have them too virtually.
Yes. We did have two very productive virtual meetings with Ward 7 County Commissioner, Ward Councilwoman Nikki Nice a week and a half ago, and then again 2 nights ago. We were able to have the two neighbors that had objected at the last Planning Commission hearing participate in this last one, and I believe Ms. Henry is here today. We've had some discussions right before this. We have agreed to all the TEs. We have made some language changes to address the concerns expressed by both Commissioner Pennington and Ms. Nice, and as well as Ms. Henry and Mr. Holland. We've agreed to, you see in front of you a much more developed site plan that reflects a lot of these changes, including shifting almost all of the, or really all of the slips over to the east, try to maximize the setback, 50-foot setback on the western side of the property. I'll, for the record, go ahead and say that we, even though it's not part of the PUD, we committed to Ms. Henry and Mr. Holland to eliminate what we call the hammerhead, which is that nasty-looking notch up there, which is actually old concrete that was part of the original entrance to Phase 2, what was going to be Phase 2 of Woodland Hills Village. That will not be a point of access for us, even emergency access. And so we've agreed to essentially round that off, take that concrete out, and help them landscape that at our cost. That plus we've committed and include language in the PUD, revised language in the PUD, to specify that the perimeter site screen fence along the west side will be an 8-foot wood or other material solid fence, behind which will be then the 15-foot landscape buffer, and then that'll be part of a 50-foot setback. We have a lot of slope on the site from west to east and north to south, which I think will help also mitigate, based on these changes, any impact on the neighbors to the west. We have also committed to, you see a number of red dots that are basically open gas fire pits. We will, for the most part, by design, limit wood-burning campfires to locations towards the east side. And we also, this will be, I think I need to point out that Mr. Simons and his partners and his family are all RV, sort of luxury RV aficionados, and they plan for this to be what they call a 5-star place. We talked about, in connection with the neighborhood meetings, the Twin Fountains property. This will be around the same density in terms of number of units, a number of campsites over the 12 acres that it's really the 11 acres on that is being rezoned, plus the 2 parcels on 605 that front on Holland Drive. So we think we've made the kinds of agreements with the neighbors. I was just talking with Ms. Henry outside, and she pointed out to me, I pulled it up on the aerial, that probably the 2 most significant cedar trees that sit behind her back fence along that perimeter, and we've committed to preserve those, which will benefit both of us as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very, very much for that additional information. Commissioner Pennington, this is your ward. I think you've had a lot to deal with here, so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Just want to say quickly, thank you to our neighbors. Thank you to Bert and the applicant for coming together and working on this. Also want to give a special shout out, if she's watching, to Debbie Martin and all the spectacular work she does. This city is lucky and better off because she has been here and done so much fantastic work.
Her conducting those meetings, particularly one of them 2 nights ago after hours, was really key to getting this done. And we had a nice, some of us are more challenged than others on getting on those kinds of calls, but it worked out very well. Ms. Henry may have a comment or two, but we would request approval.
Well, I will add this, Bert. Would you please, just for the help, just to make sure that my commissioners have fellow commissioners have a full understanding, would you talk about, and I'm sorry if my mic is not close enough, I'm sorry. Would you mind just going over on the western boundary, the distance between the homes and where your operations will begin? Because we talked about that quite a while, like the landscape buffer. Would you explain that a little more carefully?
Sure.
And the distance so that everybody understands
I'd be
how far
happy to.
away it is?
You know, the western boundary of the property is that what would be a jagged line that would actually come on the inside of that hammerhead, but as we said, that would become more landscaping, green space on the other side of the fence from us. We've pulled, so the western side of the western boundary of our site is obviously the eastern boundary of the neighborhoods to the west, and we would do this 8-foot stockade fence that would then be on the outside of the landscape buffer, which would be mostly, will augment the existing mature trees that are there, like the 2 behind Ms. Henry's house, with other plantings on 40-foot centers and at a minimum. I mean, I'm sorry, at a maximum. So there'll be the idea is that we would create a sound and sight buffer beyond the fence and preserve as many of those trees as we can. We also have a sidewalk that's basically a walking trail around the perimeter of the site. And then we have the drive that you see along the west, parallel to the western boundary. As Commissioner Pennington pointed out, we have pulled all of the common area amenities essentially to the east side of the property. And that will be a swimming pool, a building that will comprise probably a little check-in space, bathrooms, etc. And all signage will be oriented towards I-35 to the east. So we also have a dog park up in the north, kind of the northeast corner of that little L shape that you see. Again, we had some discussions about the full hookups and the need not to have generators, yes, frankly. And we even talked a little bit about, working to work with the neighbors on protocols for late night check-ins and things like that. Again, for those that may not remember, the Simons have owned this property for 20 years. They are their target market in terms of these high-end RV campgrounds. We know that Twin Fountains enjoys very few vacancies, and we want to add to that supply for people to stay in Oklahoma City.
And just for clarity, can you all hear me? Sorry. Just for clarity about Bert's comment regarding the generators, all of the people who come in and use this park are going to be required to pay to access the utilities. That's a requirement that they pay to access the utilities.
Yeah, they're paying
that
for
are available.
They're paying for full hookup, water, sanitary sewer, and electricity. So there will be no need or financial reason for them to need to put their auxiliary generators on.
Unless and except a catastrophic ice storm that cuts out power for 8 days.
Yeah.
In October.
That's all I have. That's all I have.
Any other commissioners have comments on this one? I do have a couple people signed up to speak. Certainly want to give them the opportunity to be heard, as patient as they've been. First person is Frances Henry. Ms. Henry, are you here with us still? Start out by giving us your name and address, please.
Hello, Frances Henry. I live at 12136 Woodland Hills Drive. The HOA president for Woodland Hills Village. I've met you all before several times. But again, our concerns is still with, just the wood fence. I have talked with their attorney about, putting a block wall, which I think would be more buffer, and he indicated that they couldn't afford this. But I would think at least block, back where it's right behind the houses, because he stipulated to me that they were going to put the fence right up against our existing fences. And then if so, then it's going to start, where the RVs are. And the concern of the generators, which I'm hoping that would, they would not use unless an emergency, because we've lost power and I've had to use my generator before. I can understand that. And I was really pleased to see that they wanted to cut off where that hammerhead is, which we have no problem with that because we did not want access, because since we are private streets and we have to come up with the money to fix our own streets, and with that traffic of all RVs, coming in that way, then it would just really dilapidate the streets, and they're not in the greatest condition, now. Other than that, and like I said, the generators, the hammerheads, no problem. We don't have a problem with that. And I believe Mr. Holland also wanted to talk about where the fencing ends at the front by 122nd Street. And he had a few questions about that. So that's
Thank
my
you very
main
much, Ms.
concerns,
Henry.
generators, and then that fencing, I just think needs to be more than just a wood fence. And then it could be, you were saying dogs crawling, digging under fences if they had dogs or we had dogs, but concerns about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Henry? No? Thank you very much. Mr. Holland?
I want to remind the commission that when Woodland Hills, our housing development, was built back in the 80s, we were sponsored by the City of Oklahoma City and Housing and Urban Development, that we were part of a national symposium as a demonstration project on affordable housing. That holds true today with this development. Within 5 miles, there are no homes that are for sale that are in the price range of the homes as Woodland Hills. This is great starter homes where people can buy 2 and 3 bedroom, 12 to 1,500 square foot homes to start their families with and buy them under $100,000. Everywhere else within 5 miles of us is 3 times that. So we really are a valuable property there because we offer something that is hard to come by. We had a really a good meeting with the developers on the evening of the 8th. I just want to make certain that the planned unit development does address the things that we talked about, because some of this has kind of been just a little overlooked, and I want to make certain that it is actually addressed. I had a chance to go out and tour the Twin Fountains RV Resort, and I brought back some brochures if you'd like to have of their projects. You can see how they set up their rules for when people come there to visit. And I'd like to see that these are things that are implemented in a 5-star RV resort like they're wanting to build. I just don't want to see the property end up like the RV resort that's just immediately to the south. It's a very blighted area. They require that all dogs, when they're out of their RVs, are on leashes. I don't think that our developer's going to have a problem with that. That tents are not allowed. That no generators are allowed, period. There's no need for them because of the electricity that's there, unless there was a power failure, and that would be a different thing altogether. But for the general purpose, generators are just simply not allowed, and it's in their rental agreement when people come in. And that all the fire pits are located on the east side. We do have one still that's up in the north, up there by 122nd, that probably ought to be moved over to the other side. But other than that, if we eliminated all the campfires to the east side, we really wouldn't have any opposition to that. The reason we're leaning towards this cinder block fence is that we're concerned with, there is a walking path that comes right along behind the fence there. It's a 6-foot continuous walking path. That's where people are going to come walk their dogs. Well, as they're walking their dogs through there, our dogs and the homes that are along the back fence there, they're going to be trying to dig through to get to the other dogs. We just want to make certain that we're being good neighbors, and that, a cinder block wall along there will eliminate that. Dogs can't get through that. And it also goes further to eliminating the sound problems. I'm not really exceptionally clear on the 50-foot setback. I'd like to see more of the language of how that's going to be worded into the planned unit development. And if that happens, I'm not going to have the opposition that I had before. I'm going to be in much more favor of all this if we can get through these issues with the fence and the setback. Now, there is one area I have a concern. In the map that's up here, that perimeter fence stops just right there at 122nd Street and is open to the other side here of Woodland Hills Drive as you come in. And there's no fence that's in that top section on the west side. I want to make certain that we are going to have fencing that connects all of that so that we don't have people passing through to our park area. That's one of the security areas of keeping our children safe that we're exceptionally concerned with. If those areas are addressed, I don't think you're going to find that we have any opposition to what they're doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Holland. I appreciate you being here today.
Would you like the brochures from the other RV park?
No, I think we're okay, honestly.
Okay.
I think we understand the rules and regulations are a concern, and those are specific to the site. I don't think they're anything that they're required to do by the city. But we can talk about those in just a minute. Anything else you'd like for us to know?
No, I think that's it. Thank you
very much. Commissioner Pennington, I don't know if you want to address this. We did receive a revised.
Chairman, did we get his name and address?
We did.
You did?
Yep.
I missed it.
John Holland, 3713 Beckett's Crown Court. Is that correct, Mr. Holland? Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be good if we let Bert talk about some of those issues directly.
We did receive a master design statement that was amended, that was sent out subsequent to our packet being received.
Right.
And I was flipping through that to kind of see what of these concerns have been addressed, and I'm seeing some that are and some that aren't. Do you want to just address those
Bert,
specifically?
could I, for the sake of to simplify this conversation, I'm sorry, can you all hear me?
Yes.
To simplify this conversation, would you mind if I'm just going to bring up the issue and then you just respond directly to each of the things that they mentioned?
That'd be fine.
The first thing is, can you address the fence and why?
Yeah,
why
this
or
will
why
be a
not
fully secured perimeter fencing with limited access only on, the primary entrance is going to be on Holland Drive. So there will be a card key access, an after hours gate, et cetera. It will be a gated community. There's a exit only gate that will be on 122nd up on the corner that you see. So the fence, the site plan is intended to reflect a perimeter fence around the entire property. So there wouldn't be any opportunity to do any walkthrough to any of the adjacent properties with walking the dog or whatever. That's why we've done the walking trail. There's a little dry creek that actually exists up there where we show a little bit of a creek bed, and we intend to enhance that and really create a pretty pleasant park-like setting on up on the north edge of that property. So that's as to the security fencing. The request for the block wall certainly presents a cost issue, but we've talked to our engineers and really, I guess, would suggest that there's really very little additional benefit from the cinder block or masonry wall in terms of sound transfer. If we're doing an 8-foot fence with galvanized pipe as we've committed to do, then with a tree line, a substantial tree line on the inside of that fence, plus a full 50-foot setback along the western side of the property, as reflected on the site plan, which we've committed to do, and that language is in the PUD. We think we've created the kind of buffer and setback that's needed. I would also, again, say that because of the topo, this site falls away from the neighborhood to the west and down, and from north to south. So, the visual impact is going to be negligible. The other thing that I was going to point out was we actually were talking about this, and the two, as I said, the two most significant existing cedar trees that we plan to preserve are right outside the fence line of Ms. Henry. Doing just the practicality of doing a footing and clearing out the area necessary to create that kind of masonry fence beyond the cost would likely cost us a number of trees along the perimeter, because the fence has got to be on the property line. So again, we think we've created a plan, and we plan to execute that plan that's going to make this the finest RV park in the city of Oklahoma City. And you know, our customers are going to our customers will be pulling in these 40 and 50-foot coaches that are several $100,000, and so it's certainly not our plan to create anything less than a really inviting, a secure neighborhood environment for them. So,
Bart, would you address Mr. Holland's comment about the northern fire pit on 122nd, how far west that is?
Well, that fence will go on the property line as it meanders around that hammerhead notch and goes all the way up to the setback as far as the city and the state will allow us to put that fence. We'll put it as far north and as close to the property line as we possibly can. And then that will be, as I said, a site screen fence. It doesn't make any sense for us to have any kind of wrought iron or visual access from 122nd, to the south into our site.
Commissioner Penny, what I would just say too is, I mean, the master design statement that we received, it does say that site-proof screening shall be installed along the west and south boundaries of the Overland Park PUD at the time of development. So they've committed to taking it to the entire west side.
Right.
I think one thing you could do that would be an easy mitigation, I think the block wall is probably a step too far for me, just in terms of requiring that. But you've got your trees at 40-foot centers, you can take them to 25. Puts more trees there, allows for more growth, restricts the noise. That's an easy compromise.
I agree.
Yeah, and I would say that that's probably something we could agree to, because we're looking at, there's a lot of existing mature trees that we're trying to preserve. We'll certainly do some new plantings, and the goal is for both the benefit of the neighbors to the west, but also for our guests, to create really an enclosed sort of feeling that is as natural as possible. And that means
one other
mature
compatibility
trees.
thing I think you could do that would be pretty easy is to just restrict the use of generators. You're providing electric hookups. You said they're going to be required to use them. Just restrict that use. Is there any objection?
Well, I think it would be, we could certainly, I'm sure the best practices for RV parks of this type are going to encourage that kind of thing, and I can, I would expect that in an emergency situation, that most of these generators are already part of the vehicle themselves, so they would only have a need to have them on if they couldn't hook up to power because of some power outage in the area.
Yeah, it just says all campsites will be provided for hookups for electricity and sanitary sewer. Natural gas will serve several common area fire pits as noted on Exhibit B. You could very easily add a sentence there that just said, generators not to be permitted.
Well, I would say that we could certainly restrict them to, except for emergency use, in the event of a power outage,
Commissioner
something
Pennington,
like that.
Any thoughts on that?
Fully support that.
Okay. What other issues have we not addressed, Commissioner Pennington?
The last one was about dogs on leashes and tents.
Tents? Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to price out tents by the pads, but I would say that those are the kinds of restrictions. I mean, I would expect that we'd be able to agree to that kind of a restriction.
Pretty deep in the weeds on that for me.
Yeah.
In terms of, saying
it
we're going to
really
require...
is hard to, start to essentially legislate the operations
Yeah,
of this.
no, I agree. The generator thing is a compatibility issue. We talked about it the first time. That was a big concern. I'll be frank with you, I don't know how you got here, but when I looked at your site plan, I was like, wow, he did it. They did it. I mean, you guys have done everything you can do, in my opinion, to make this as compatible as it is going to get. So it's just about whether or not we think it makes sense. You've taken these extra steps to add the trees, on the 25-foot centers instead of 40, which is outlined in the TE. I mean, I don't know what more you could possibly do. You've eliminated wood burning, fire. I mean,
Yeah, I would agree, and I quite frankly, one of the things that Brad told me that in his travels, I mean, even with wood burning fireplaces and things like that, they require you to buy the wood so that it's the type of wood that's not going to smoke. It's not, those types of things. But both Brad and his partner Monty Jacobs, who are the principals here, have architecture backgrounds. This is design is very, very important to them in connection with this.
You put all the amenities that are going to draw traffic and attention and make noise to the east side. I mean, I don't know what more you could do. I really don't. So,
well, I think this is a great example of sometimes we get a continuance, we all work together, and we get a much better product. So I'm pleased. That's all my comments, Mr. Chairman.
are there any other concerns from commissioners on this? And I did not have anybody else signed up to be heard. I don't see anybody that is out there that hasn't been heard already. So if there's no further discussion and you're prepared to do so.
I have a question.
Oh, go right ahead.
Where you're going to put the fence on the western boundary, is there an existing fence there already?
There are fences along the back sides of those homes.
How much space is going to be in between your fence and their fence? Because that's a maintenance nightmare.
That's a very good question. I mean, I think that it's important from a safety. We're going to have to we'll have to put the fence on the property line, and we'll have to survey that and try to eliminate those. It's going to require coordination, for instance, between us and Ms. Hinkle, for instance, to avoid killing those two big trees. So we aren't interested, I don't think, nor would it benefit them for us to have any kind of strip in between the two fences that would essentially create
I don't think anybody's going to complain if you want to buy them a fence.
Pardon me?
I don't think anybody's going to complain if you want to buy them a fence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would suspect that that's probably true. But it will be on the property line, and it will be, as we said, an 8-foot fence, which is probably taller than most of the fences that are on the backside of the property now.
Understood. Other questions, Commissioner?
Maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, but you could run a footing to set your fence on that didn't have to be too awful extravagant, and that would solve the dog crawling underneath problem. And it would also solve the weed problem growing up right there at the fence if you just ran a 1-foot, 6-inch footing as you're setting your poles.
Yeah, and as I said, we won't be doing 4x4 cedar posts. These are going to be based on galvanized poles, and
you want them to last
we're going to be
forever.
pouring concrete to set those anyway. So those are details that, the Simons have a relationship with the neighboring property owners and have had to deal with, trees falling, and they're over the 20 years that they've owned the property. Now they're going to eliminate all the walk-through traffic, all the homeless camps or trash that was dumped in that backyard, and so they want to continue to work, and that perimeter, as you say, or that particular boundary is going to be very important for them to coordinate from a design standpoint.
Other comments or questions from commissioners? If not, Commissioner Pennington, I think we're ready for you to try to make us a motion here.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of PUD 1787 with the following, I think, TEs that I think we've just agreed to. One of them is changing the landscape buffer to include 25-foot centers for the trees. Is that what we agreed to?
Pardon me? We said along the west side it'd be
The west side.
25-foot instead of 40-foot.
Yep. And then add another TE to eliminate the use of generators unless there is an emergency.
Yes.
You good with that? Excellent. I'll take a second. And just real quick, also to confirm, the master design statement that's being presented to us today and that will move along to City Council with the references we made is dated December 9th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Excellent. With that, I'll take a second on the motion.
You got one.
Of course I do. I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Like I said, 4 meetings from now, I'll quit saying that. And that application is approved unanimously. Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you
work.
very
Thank
much.
you all very much, Mr. Holland and Ms. Hinkle, for coming down and seeing us today. Real quickly, just, does anybody need to take a break? Would anybody like to take a break?
Hour on. We're almost done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody spoke up.
Yeah.
Last time. Okay, if it's just you, we'll just keep rolling. Item 47.
Hey, come on, where you going?
Item 47 is PUD 1784, application to rezone 9521 Southwest 15th Street from I-2 to PUD 1784. The 20-acre subject site is undeveloped and located north of Southwest 15th Street and east of South Morgan Road. The PUD proposes rezoning from I-2 to a residential PUD for a subdivision that would be developed with PUD 1734 to the south. That plat has been continued until the January meeting. Planning staff noted challenges with access, tree preservation, and compatibility next to a designated and developed industrial area. The recommendation is for approval, subject to 3 TEs. David Box is here on behalf of the applicant, and there was some protest.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, who is also here, as well as Kendall Dillon, who is the civil engineer for this project. This is an area that the commission will be familiar with. It was last year that the land to the south of this came before the commission for a residential subdivision. These 20 acres were left out of it at the time. If you look at an aerial, this is really kind of landlocked. Cindy, would you mind showing the aerial real quick? There we go. So it's north of the tract that was zoned last year. This is again is north of it. To the west of this subject site is industrial, also to the north. Cindy, if you can go back now. And so what we've done in this PUD is mirrored the language of the PUD 1734, which was approved last year to the south. And what we have here is a very straightforward application. This is a single-family development through a PUD, and the PUD does.
Yeah, thank you.
And the PUD does require heightened architectural standards. Here, we actually require 95% masonry product be on the exterior wall finish. So there is a lot of protest. I'm happy to address it after, perhaps there's one protester here. But there are some drainage issues. You will recall during the discussion the last time around, there were some drainage issues discussed. When you look at this, it's because there's a lot of volunteer trees that have grown up and that block the flow. I can tell you that this site, in addition to the site to the south, take all of the water from the surrounding development, so we're going to have to figure out a way to deal with that. We don't put water off on anybody else. So we will have to take all that water. It is our belief that we will greatly improve the current drainage issues that exist out there. When it comes to the TEs, we do agree to, we agree on, let me get to it. TE1 we agree to. TE2 we do not agree to. We believe a 100-foot green belt on the western side is an excessive amount of space. In addition, that is where we're going to have to channelize our drainage. And so what we can agree to on both the north and the west of this PUD, and it's shown in the exhibit, is a 25-foot buffer. That buffer will be excluded from the lot, so it's a true buffer. And within that buffer, we will have trees planted on 25-foot centers. The goal here is to screen us from the industrial users, but also screen the industrial users, from us, so that there's not that conflict in use. In the west side, in addition to the trees, you're also going to have, again, our drainage that's going to have to come through there. So I see no compatibility issues whatsoever as it relates to a single-family neighborhood. If there could be a compatibility issue, it could only be that of the industrial users to our north and our west. With the buffers that we have proposed and the addition of the trees that we proposed, we think that we have mitigated any concerns that could be from those industrial users. So with that, we'd ask for your approval, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Box. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Coffey, I'll just say, I think you do have compatibility issues. I think it is the industrial zoning that you abut that clearly creates those. I'm very anxious to hear from Mr. Dillon at some point about the drainage. I want to talk about that at length, especially as it relates to these trees we're going to remove and the setback and all where this water is going, all that sort of stuff. But before we get into that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Coffey. for her comments or questions for the applicant.
Well, lower my mask temporarily because of my allergies and weak voice. I do have some comments, but I would like to save those for last if there's anyone that wants to be heard on this. Do we have anyone signed up?
Before I ask, I do have one person who signed up to speak, and before I call her forward, Mr. Dill, would you mind coming up? Because I want to get this clarified before we get into some of the protest discussion, because I will say, just for the purpose of the record and for the other commissioners, Commissioner Privet, Commissioner Hinkle, and myself participated on a call with Mr. Box about this application, and we walked through it. That's where these 25-foot centers on the trees came from on the north and west sides. It's where the setbacks came from. And there was a discussion on that call about this existing tree line that is, I don't know that I'm going to call it mature. There are probably some mature trees there, but it looks to me to be primarily cedars and scrub oaks. But at any rate, removing them enhances the compatibility problem, because to the west you have a 7-acre gravel lot that is an existing industrial use, and I will note, as the staff report indicates, is located in an area designated for heavy industrial. So it's a perfectly appropriate use, but those trees, in my assessment, along the north side, which you can't see, and I don't know if you can put, Cindy, is there, I just want the other commissioner seats, can you put up on the screen like an aerial, just an actual aerial shot? There we go. So this is really hard to see from this, but in the northwest corner of the subject property, coming from the T-Rex facility, there is a large sort of rock drainage channel where all of the water you see on that enormous site that is asphalt and concrete comes south. Thank you. Mr. Box is pointing to it. It's approximately there. It's hidden by the trees, but all that water comes in and it feeds through the trees. So my question to Mr. Box, which of course he didn't know the answer, is do those trees inhibit that water flow? Are they creating the flooding problem? If you remove them, will that improve it? Walk me through the drainage issue and walk us through that, please.
Sure. Again, for the record, Kendall Dillon, Craft and Toll, 300 Parkway Boulevard. And yes, so there's a significant amount of drainage that flows from the north, but also from the west. And there is a drainage path through those trees. The dilemma is it's the topography is flat through those trees, but especially with the trees and the topography, that existing and a high rate of runoff coming from those industrial users cannot convey very adequately through those trees. So it wants to spill out on a fairly large portion of the site because it can't convey through there. So obviously what we are proposing to do is to intercept that with improved channel and then channelize it so that we can properly contain all of that flow and prevent it from flooding out on the majority of the site. So, but it does stand water. You know, you've heard several complaints, I think, from some of the people that live south in a residential subdivision, because kind of catty corner to the north is where a lot of that water has trouble getting through, and it creates a little bit of a mess there in that area. So by intercepting it with the concrete line channel, we'll convey full capacity so there'll be no more flooding issues. But to do that and to do it right, we do have to move the majority of those trees.
How are you guys going to do that? I mean, that's got to be an incredible amount of water that in heavy rainfall that's coming off, because that's all solid surface parking lot, right? There's no gravel there.
No, I think that's gravel to the west.
Well, it's gravel to the west, but not to the north.
To the north, right. And not the entirety of that whole Terex plant drains to the south.
Okay.
But a fair portion of it. But no, I mean, I think given, and I can't remember the acreage exactly today, but we've already sized the preliminary, we'll do a trapezoidal concrete channel, and, it'll probably have about 3 foot of depth in it, and then side slopes at about a 1-to-1, but we can adequately get that capacity to flow through there. And we'll work that channel, channel from there, and you can kind of see from the terracing on the site that it makes its way down generally to the southeast corner to where that's a floodplain and a tributary of Mustang Creek. So we'll continue that channel basically from the northwest to the southeast corner through the site.
Got it. So that's something you're going to have to work around. Even though we
Yes.
saw that pretty site plan picture, that's something you're going to have to work around with your lots.
Exactly.
In order to provide for that. So it's going to impede some of those lots. How many lots will it impact?
Well, the lot plan, or that you've seen, is already arranged in a line to accept that concrete liner. We've already designed the site.
Will the tree line be on the east side of that channel?
The tree line. Well, I think we're
The new
going to
tree
have,
line.
we're going to parallel the west line with the channel is the point. So I think if we disturb those trees, our proposal is to put in trees at 25 foot on center.
East of that line.
That would be east of the channel.
I'm with you now. Is everybody else clear on that?
So that,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
otherwise
makes
there'd
sense.
be a maintenance problem on trees on the other side of the channel.
Got it.
You'd have people's backyards with drainage.
Yeah. Will that water at some point have to go underground? Will it have to go underground?
No, the water will not go underground. It'll be in an open channel.
Okay, all the way.
All the way. Well, obviously, we'll have streets and things that cross it for the use of culverts, but yes.
Got it. Okay.
And who's going to maintain it? It's going to be city maintained, HOA maintained, or?
The drainage channel will be maintained by the city of Oklahoma City. It'll be a public drainage easement.
So they have to approve that. They're going to sign off
yeah.
on that and approve it. And this is
Exactly. All of the drainage is no different than any other subdivision.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a rhetorical question. There may very well be people watching this because the numbers of letters we received, and I want them to have good information here. That's the intention, is to give good information to these people about what they can expect and who's reviewing this. Because whether it's right or it's wrong, they don't have a lot of confidence in the applicant. And so I think it might be nice to know that this is going to be built to city standards, correct? Reviewed by the city, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as a part of the approved plans, all that drainage has to be accounted for. So you'll have to provide those calculations when you size the channel and how you locate it and how it flows to ensure that you're disposing of all the water through your site. Is that also correct?
That's exactly correct.
Okay. I think that's helpful information.
Sure.
So that was the drainage issue for me. I just wanted to get information. Does anybody else have questions for them before I call?
Kendall, it might be too early for this, but do you know if there's any detention that's going to be needed?
We're currently analyzing that. I'd say that there's a reasonable chance that yes, but we're that close to the primary tributary that the question becomes on timing whether or not it's better downstream as to whether you detain or you don't. So that, again, that's kind of a complicated question that we'll work with the engineering staff and in conjunction with them, make sure that we're doing the right thing.
You know, of course, the problem that we have there is Mustang Creek itself. Eventually, all of that, right now, it's seeping through that land into the aquifer and going into Mustang Creek, which already is terribly, terribly, terribly overburdened, not only by the potential of this new development, by all of the new development that's going on in the west part of Oklahoma City. So everything east of this proposed development is already in danger of overloading of Mustang Creek. So that's an issue that everyone in that part of Oklahoma City is already concerned about.
Sure.
That's an interesting point, Commissioner Coffey. And I'm curious, that's something that the city probably reviews when they have to, when they determine for you whether or not you've got an on-site detention requirement. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. The city and, like I say, the drainage department, you know, they in essence tell us, yes, we're going to provide detention, or no, we're not.
Got it.
And, you know, like I say, not to get real technical, but there's a lot of consideration that go into that. But
Yeah,
again,
don't throw trapezoid at me again. Don't do that.
Okay, I won't. We've obviously are well-versed in many developments in this area. We understand the sensitivity with Mustang Creek and all the issues it poses. So, you know, the drainage, you know, the best answer I can give you today is, quite honestly, this site is not much different than the ones that are just over on County Line that are currently under construction. They all drain to Mustang Creek. We work with the engineering staff every day, obviously, on all these types of drainage projects, and it'll be designed in accordance with your drainage ordinance, and it'll be reviewed by your drainage and engineering staff, and it'll be in compliance with that when it's constructed and built.
I would suggest that this land is uniquely different than any piece of property you've worked with that drains into Mustang Creek. I think originally, I went back to the Canadian County Courthouse in El Reno and reviewed the original plans when this housing development, Sunnybrook, to the west was developed. And the developer, O.A. Garr, I think was his name, it appears intended for that land to remain undeveloped. Sunnybrook itself only has one drain in that entire neighborhood. And not only does Sunnybrook drain into that area, but the T-Rex plant, the large industrial roadway equipment plant, drains into that. So does CRST, the trucking company. So now the trailer manufacturing company drains in that, and to some extent, Love's Country Store there at I-40 in Morgan contributes to that drainage. So it appeared to me, from what records that I could find, it intentionally was left there so that those properties could drain into that and then down into the aquifer. So I think it is uniquely different than probably anything that the people who develop around Mustang Creek has dealt with before, at least in my opinion.
I was having, pardon me, I was having a little bit of trouble hearing all that, but at least in terms of, I'm not aware of any detention easements or any floodplain easements or anything like that encumber this property. Obviously, there is a lot of drainage, but that's going to be, in my opinion, the benefit of us developing it, because some of those issues, I think, when we put in the improvements, will fix some of those issues that, some of the complaints that at least the neighbors are experiencing.
I just think it's going to be very difficult to fix issues.
Yeah, there's a lot of drainage. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. So,
Okay. Any other questions here before we ask for folks who are here present? Okay. I do have one person who signed up to speak, Catherine Davidson, if you want to come forward. Start out by giving us your name and address for the record, please.
Catherine Davidson, 9601 Bluebonnet Place, Oklahoma City.
And just because the map is up on the screen, if you wouldn't mind, show us where your property is relative to the proposed development.
I live on the north east corner of the, right up against CRST.
That would be west.
Is it west?
There it is. No, no, and now you're getting closer. So right.
Over to the left a little bit. Next one, to the left, right there.
Got it.
That's me. I've come because I have firsthand knowledge of the issues that these residents in this new housing development are going to be facing. When we moved in, we were told that CRST just used the back half of that lot as storage for their trailers. Unfortunately, we discovered after we moved in that they don't. The trucks will park in the back and stay running throughout the night so that the drivers can sleep and stay warm. So you hear the trucks running, and then you also hear them parking, and the beep, beep, beep can randomly wake you up at night. I'll never forget the time my daughter told me that she couldn't sleep because of the beeping noise that she heard, and kind of made me go, mistakes of first-time home buyers. But still, north of that is T-Rex. Throughout the year, you can hear their industrial fans running. There's kind of like a hum in the air that unfortunately you hear a lot more whenever the trees all along that west side lose their leaves. To the east is the paintball field, which you can't really see with that map, but you do, when you're in your backyard, you can hear the paintball people having fun. Oh, sorry. The paintball people having fun and everything. But then you also hear screaming in the fall because they have a haunted trails that's out there. South of that is an oil field operation there off of 15th that unfortunately has a lot of sand and dirt that whenever the wind blows, it literally blows across that field towards T-Rex to the point where you can't see across the field. And then, of course, as you guys have discussed, the rain and issues where all of that flows, you can actually see it because it's created riparian areas and creeks. I tell you all of this because I have said to you before, I am thankful that Sunnybrook has its mature trees, and I was thankful for the tree line to the west that protected us from T-Rex. But these new homes will not have any protection, and it will be much closer to all of these issues. They will unfortunately have to deal with the noise, the dust, and the flooding that thankfully, hopefully you guys will fix. Ask one of two things today: that you say no to this POD, as I do not believe homes should be put in the middle of an established heavy industrial area, or that you please set requirements to protect these residents from the issues that I have described to you and that they will surely have to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Davidson? Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question of the applicant? Am I on?
Of course.
Why didn't they bring this through with the first portion?
I don't know.
Don't have, just didn't do it?
I don't know.
Did they own, I think that's a good question. Did they own that portion at the time?
They owned it. All I can figure is that perhaps they thought that there was going to be a buyer from the industrial folks to the north of the west, and it turns out that there wasn't. And so It's really a landlocked parcel. If the two parties north and west aren't interested in it, there's really nothing else that can be done. It is zoned I-2 now, but it's certainly a terrible scenario to develop that industrial and rely on industrial traffic coming through the neighborhood that was approved to the south, right? And yes, the comp plan does designate the area around us industrial. It's worth noting that the comp plan does not designate the subject site as heavy industrial. Otherwise, you'd have a comprehensive plan change request in front of you, and you
Well, it presumably did that because these industrial uses have been in place a long time, and so when the map was drawn in 2014 or so, they drew those in because they were there and they weren't going anywhere, and they're not going anywhere.
That's right, and presumably they believed that this wasn't heavy industrial because it's a vacant site, so the comp plan could have easily designated it heavy industrial given its current zoning, and it didn't. So as it relates to drainage, as Kendall said, we think we're going to improve it. If you think about how it's zoned now, I-2, and look what's north of us, just replicate that here, right? I think that's a worse scenario than a residential subdivision that will have yards, that will have streets to convey to a very specific point where that drainage goes, compared to just big, giant, open lots like that. So we actually think we're going to help the drainage. And so with that being said, we think we have mitigated the only concern that exists, that being us next to industrial, with our setback and with our requirement for trees to be planted in there. So with that, we would ask for your approval. Again, asking that we agree to TE1, TE2 we do not agree to, and maybe we strike TE2 and TE3. Rather than maintain a 25-foot setback on northern boundary, we say maintain a 25-foot buffer on the northern and western boundary. Within said buffer, there shall be a requirement of trees planted on 25-foot centers. So we'd ask for your approval.
Other questions of the applicant or discussion?
I guess the only point that I would make on this is, the thing that makes it different for me than the previous application that was on the south portion is honestly exactly what the protester brought up. It's that, when I look at this, the question is residential, the previous one was, is residential appropriate next to residential? It was yes for me. On this one, although yes, it's next to residential, it's also directly next to active industrial. I think, we've addressed that with most of these TEs or the buffer zone, I hope adequately. I'm going to rely on my fellow commissioners to help vet that, but I guess, again, just as a discussion, I wanted to talk through it almost as a help to those who might be watching as well.
Well, and it's important to note, we received a lot of letters and emails from people that were objecting and in protest to the application. A lot of those were objecting to things that are outside the purview of our consideration, frankly. In fact, most of the comments were related to that, and then the other one was drainage. But, people I'm sure that watch on TV and listen to us argue over a dumpster being 25 or 50 feet and a drive-through window being 150 feet must think that we're wasting everybody's time. But the truth is, it's this kind of stuff right here. It's compatibility problems that are created. And as the protestant points out, I don't know what came first in terms of construction, her home or CRST's trucking facility, but that is a clear lack of compatibility. And the only thing that really protects them at all is this, this tiny tree line. The 25-foot centered trees are not going to be a silver bullet. They're not going to fix it completely. Because
it's going to be
trees are going to lose
living
leaves.
no matter
You're
what.
talking about gravel dust.
Yeah.
It's not going to fix it entirely. I don't know what other tools we have in our toolbox to address the compatibility problem associated with putting R1 next to I2. It's very difficult to address that. On the other hand, here's the problem. What I think is different so often about what winds up happening is I always try to be thoughtful about cases in my ward where the residential is going to be built before the commercial or the industrial. Because for the average person, there is no real notice there. I understand they could go to okc.gov and look at the zoning map, which everyone should do if you're listening, but they don't know to do that, and then all of a sudden, here comes a hotel, here comes an industrial metal building, here comes whatever. These exist, and I don't know what else you do with this land. I really don't. My money says they probably called T-Rex, and they probably called CRST, And that was kind of where it ended. And so, I don't know what you do. They're going to have to bring residential property up to this boundary and then get people to buy it or rent it from them. Whether they buy or rent is irrelevant to me. But I don't know what else we can do. I would encourage everybody to sort of think through that here and see if there's other things they think, because I think we need that to aid the discussion. But it's a really tough case, in my opinion, from just purely from the compatibility issue. It's a very tough case.
What I said to David was, again, was exactly what you said in terms of if the industrial was coming second, I'd have a different concern. But I think his real challenge is going to be selling these houses. Like, I just don't, I'm, especially after hearing our neighbor talk about the issues of what's going on with the heavy industrial uses. I'm wondering where the appeal is, but I think we don't have any other choice because it's landlocked and I don't know what else you can, especially if you build a neighborhood to the south, because then if you have some higher industrial uses need to go through through PUD 1734, that's not an option either.
Well,
so.
we haven't fixed it, right? We actually did what I just said, because we brought the residential to the industrial, and here's this field north of these homes that we approved that is sitting there zoned I2 that could be full of outdoor storage stacked up 20 feet tall.
Absolutely.
Right, and so I think we're already in this trap. I would also say too, to the comment you just made, Commissioner Pennington, I think the compatibility issue of anything on industrial is always about I think it's the outdoor, I think it's this gravel, and I don't think there are mitigation tools we really have, which is why we usually have kind of an I-1, boundary. We can't change that. We can't make this property to the north I-1. There's no way to do that. So I feel really torn. One other thing I'll say too, that I've become particularly sensitive of sitting in this chair, learning from other commissioners, and being a little bit more educated, frankly, by planning staff about housing issues, is that I'm not going to sit here and try as a commissioner to decide what is and isn't housing people are going to want to live in. If I were in a position of renting an apartment and I had the opportunity to rent a house, I'd probably take that step. And this is product that probably allows for that. And so that's when you get into trouble, when you start trying to decide for somebody else where they will and won't live and what is and isn't good residential development. I get uncomfortable there. So I don't know who's gonna want to live there, but they're gonna know what's there when they come to it.
Exactly.
And to me, that's the risk that the developer is taking, not the risk that we're putting on the homeowner, which is the risk that exists today, right? Which is that these houses do get built and then T-Rex does come along and they pull that facility south, and they had the same problem. And with the lack of notice we sort of talked about. So.
And I think that's the worst scenario, the expansion of the I-2.
Well, I think it is. I don't think it's, frankly, I don't know how likely that is to occur, but I agree with you that that's a worse outcome because people come in here all the time. Ms. Davidson articulated it. My realtor told me this. How many times have we heard that, right? I guarantee you, whether it's the applicant or a realtor or somebody else, oh yeah, that's a field, nothing to worry about, right? Deer and butterflies, beautiful. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, we need some way to hold these realtors accountable.
Yeah. So
out to that paintball park.
Well, maybe I can help. I do have some remarks. I had 5 or 6 other people who were going to speak today, and because of the coronavirus, they chose not to be here in person. I did promise them I would try to share their thoughts with you, and I myself have spent a great deal of time on this PUD, as I did last fall. And I feel it's now incumbent on me to try to explain to my fellow commissioners the reason I'm taking the position I am today on this subject. I think you know that this project is provided through tax incentives administered through the, the Oklahoma Housing Finance Authority. That means the developer funds this project through tax incentives. Its intention is to provide affordable housing, and I don't think there's a commissioner here that's not in favor of affordable housing and helping needy people realize their American dream of owning a home. before this project, this developer has provided those housing opportunities in needed areas, places such as Ardmore, Duncan, Chickasha, Atoka, Davis, and I think I mentioned to you last fall I visited some of those projects. Last fall I visited 2 projects in Duncan and 1 in Chickasha, and since that time I have visited 1 in Ardmore over Thanksgiving on my way to Dallas and back. And those places I think were suppressed areas economically where those projects were needed. However, I don't think this part of West Oklahoma City, and particularly the Mustang area, is an area of suppressed financial areas. In fact, the median household income in this part of Oklahoma City, and particularly the Mustang area, in 2018 was a little over $100,000 per household. At that time, the 3rd highest in the state. And we all know the Mustang area is among the fastest growing in the state. In terms of need for additional rental units in this area, I don't think there is one. There's an extremely large complex going in at 8th and Morgan Road, one I think that Mr. Box represents. About 2 1/4 miles to the west between I guess it would be, let's see, that's between Sarah and Mustang Road. There's just completed and in the first phase of leasing a 5-story unit that has both subsidized housing and unsubsidized housing. And then there's that major complex, both retail and residential going in between, let's see, that's between Check Hall and Mustang Road, providing several thousand opportunities for rental housing. So I don't think there's a need in terms of additional housing. You've already heard that this property is problematic in nature, both as it relates to flooding. We also know there are other environmental issues as it relates to, excuse me, as it relates to the oil well disposal facility to the south, constant dust from the trucks entering that facility day and night, obnoxious smells. You've heard about the humming noises day and night from the T-Rex facility. Not a very good environment for housing and for persons to live. I also have some questions about the quality of construction of this project, if it's like the other projects that I visited. When I visited the project in Duncan last fall, I did take the opportunity to visit with some of the neighbors that were gathered curbside, and their overall complaint, I think, was high cost of utilities. And the inability to have maintenance done when they requested, unanswered calls when they called for maintenance. I talked with one lady who lived in a 1,350 square foot house. Her utility bill for electricity in August with her thermostat set at 75 degrees was $400. I'm not an architect or an engineer or a contractor, but and I guess I could volley that ball over to Asa Highsmith's court. He is an architect, but it would seem to me that something would be amiss if a 1,350 square foot house had an electric bill of $400. Something's either wrong with design or construction. I'm not sure which. I think I mentioned last year I saw several cars and driveways up on blocks. Interestingly, the second pass through there this year, that same car was still up on blocks in one driveway in one of the Duncan facilities. There were semi-tractor trailers parked halfway in the street and halfway in yards. A couple of houses with boarded up windows. The oldest of the facilities, I guess, in Ardmore, which is 10, going on 11 years old, the first time I'd seen it, and I was really appalled at the blighted area of some of those houses. But many of the lots were more dirt than grass, no landscaping, no trees or shrubs. And even this morning, when I pulled a site plan up, the sign that was advertising houses for rent was halfway bent over with dirt and mud on the sign that you couldn't even read the sign. But I was really appalled at the blighted condition of some of those houses. I know as commissioners, we've been reluctant from time to time to discuss, and we haven't been very receptive to persons who have been before us complaining about declining property values surrounding certain projects. And I'm quoting here from SPUD and PUD's Article 14 that says some of the goals and objectives of PUDs and SPUDs should be to minimize adverse effects on surrounding property. So I think we should take into consideration what our decisions do in the way of how it affects surrounding properties. We should be concerned about our decisions on surrounding properties. And in this case, not just the Sunnybrook neighborhood, which of course is the most affected, but there are other people who wrote letters that I hope some of you had time to read, and I know we all have our agendas full. It's hard for us to take a look at the letters that are submitted, particularly to others' agendas, but we had letters from Morgan Creek and Morgan Run and Westbury South and Fountain Grass and Breakers West, not just the Sunnybrook area. And I don't know how fair it is for us to drop what will end up being 250 rent houses on these stable neighborhoods where there are hardworking people who have worked for years to own their home. Trying to wind this down, I know it's late and you're tired, but at our last Planning Commission meeting on November the 12th, we set aside some time to work with some school administrators. And I think we shouldn't ignore what this PUD will do to the Mustang school system. You know, using the ratio that I think the young lady from Deer Creek, the administrator, gave us, a ratio of the potential of 2.3 students per household. That's the potential of adding 600 students to the Mustang school system. And I'm thinking about the little elementary school that's down the street from this property, Mustang Valley Elementary School. They have a current enrollment of 599 students, where the potential of adding even 500 or 250 students to that little school system is overwhelming. The potential of them trying to provide classroom space when driving by, they've already added 2 barracks to their campus with window units for cooling and space heaters for heating. And then trying to find additional faculty and staff to teach those students is pretty overwhelming. Keep in mind, these are persons who rent these houses and they provide nothing in the way of tax base, no property taxes or ad valorem taxes to help support the school system. I think the last thing I want to point out has to do with the financial aspect. First of all, who rents a piece of property for 15 years or 5 years? My family has been in the rental business as first a means of providing a second income when we were struggling to make ends meet. I never had a tenant who rented a piece of property, and we had decent properties that we maintained well, but I never had a tenant who rented a piece of property for 15 years or even 5 years. But here we go with a person who rents a piece of property for 5 years and puts a portion of that perhaps after 5 years into escrow, and then after 15 years has the privilege of applying for a loan to buy that piece of property. So after they take this loan out and pay $800 or $900 for 15 years, they've invested at that time about $500,000 for a piece of property that might be worth $162,000. why not, at the very beginning, go down the street, in this case about 2 miles, and buy a piece of property with little or nothing down, and pay 5, 6, in this case, this one piece of, one little addition is advertising $600 a month with nothing down, and own your piece of property from the very beginning. Why rent for 15 years and then borrow for 30 years and pay $500,000 for a piece of property? You know, we're at record low interest rates right now. Federal government has $15,000 forgivable first-time loans for first-time homeowners, and the city still has in place a $15,000 forgivable deferred payment loan. So why in the world would you want to go the option? I have a solution, I think. Why don't we hit the pause button? We don't have to approve this today. We can deny it. This builder already has in place approval for 150 houses that was approved by the city council last fall. So why don't we let him go ahead and build those 150 houses that's already approved? It seems prudent to me that we could wait and hit the pause button here. Let's hit the pause button and see what effects this first development has on flooding, what effects it has on these surrounding neighborhoods, and what effect it has on our school system. So I would suggest at this meeting that we deny this application until we see what effects this first phase has on it. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Coffey. Before I ask if anybody else has comments, I want to address a couple things that I think are important. I think the reason that we have been rightfully reluctant to let things like property values or the ownership nature of a particular property to sway our decisions and our opinions is that is a very dangerous road to travel. It is a very slippery slope. What I often try to do is look at the application as objectively as I can. One way to do that would be to say, identify whoever you think, I certainly won't name names, would be the best residential developer in Oklahoma City for homes in the 200,000 and less category. And whoever you think that is, if they were the applicant, how would you vote on the decision then? How would that affect your decision then? If we got into the habit or we tried to make an objective argument using the criteria we can legally defensibly utilize for approving and denying applications, and we added property value to that component, there would be neighbors in here every single time making that argument that it's gonna hurt my property values. And what we know is that's often not true. It's the perception, it's the fear that it will hurt the property value, but it does not end up being the reality. And one thing I always think about, which is it's Ward 8, is I think about Fairview Farms. Across the street from Fairview Farms, there is a neighborhood that is, I believe the name of it is Marble Leaf, and it is an entry-level, extremely low-cost neighborhood. The homes are built entirely out of siding, and it's designed to get people into a single-family structure. It is built right across the street, or a little down, but essentially right across the street from million-dollar homes. When that neighborhood went in, it in no way impacted the value of those homes. In no way. Fairview Farms is the neighborhood that it is still today. And if we were to entertain arguments like that, we wouldn't approve almost any application. Because the argument from the million-dollar homeowner is, these guys are building $600,000 homes, you can't let them do that. The $600,000 guy looks across the street and says, well, those are $250,000 homes, you can't do that. Wait a minute, there's apartments over there, where does that end? And because that slippery slope grabs a hold of you, you can't make that an objective decision.
Well, I think you're right, Mr. Chairman. It often is not true, but what is true is the reality that when homes are appraised, they go by comps. How did homes in the neighborhood sell? So if you have your home up for sale, the truth of the matter is the comps, as compared to other homes that sell in the neighborhood, are used to establish the value of your home. So I think in some cases, it certainly does affect the sale of your home.
There is no doubt, Commissioner Coffey, that appraisers are going to pick homes of, in the same neighborhood or in a surrounding area to determine valuation. Things like construction style, building materials used, whether it's a private neighborhood or public street neighborhood. There's all kinds of, whether the thing has a porch or it does a pool, all kinds of things go into those appraisals. Undoubtedly, it has some impact on value, but the fear of a tremendous impact on value, really find an instance that you can point to, and I'm serious, like give me one so we can talk about it, where that has materialized and manifested itself in an actual way.
Well, and right, I'm sure you guys have seen me challenge plenty of people here in these chambers to provide that evidence to me. I've given out my card. I've given them my email and asked sincerely, in good faith, I believe, to provide evidence of how these types of developments affect property values negatively, and I have never heard back from anybody. Because I think they find what I find when I go and do the research, which is that there's no compelling evidence at all that it negatively affects property values.
What is compelling, and it is understandable, and this is obviously becoming a very tenuous situation. We have a school committee for the Planning Commission that was started last time. We need to have that first meeting here soon. I'd like to invite some of those representatives of the school district back so we can have longer discussions. This idea of impact on schools driving zoning decisions is very troubling for me. And just to remove it from this application to something else for a moment, recently received a letter from Deer Creek Schools basically saying, did everybody get that? I don't know. Did everybody get this yet? Yeah. No more development. No more development of any kind, a complete moratorium on development. What does that do to affordable housing? What does that do to the growth of an area? How do you build an ad valorem tax base? This is not rocket science. It's been happening for nearly 100 years at this point. People move into an area. After they move into an area, business and commerce is attracted to that area. Commercial development follows residential, which follows schools. It's that simple. Every school district has faced what Deer Creek is facing, what Mustang is facing. There's an obligation on both sides of this arrangement for them to do planning and for us to provide information and infrastructure, like streets. In my discussions with Paycom, for example, in the application, I said, you know what? Traffic is a problem and it's not your fault, right? You're doing your job. You're adding jobs to the community. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. I'll point out in this case, while it wouldn't be the residents necessarily, assuming these are rentals or whatever, there is still ad valorem tax being paid here. It's being paid by somebody. They're not. This isn't an exempt. Now, let me just clarify. I don't know if the applicant can answer this or not. Because of the tax credit program, there's no abatement of property taxes of any kind, right? You are obligated to pay ad valorem tax into the school system and into the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
He does pay ad valorem tax, but it is a greatly reduced rate.
Well,
than a
It should be
business.
assessed on the
because you're
value.
saying they're not $1 million homes.
Yeah, assessed on the value of the property.
Right.
Yeah.
And I get that, but again, and I know this isn't what you're saying, Commissioner Coffey. I know it's not. We're not going to sit on this until somebody wants to build $500,000 homes because we're waiting on good ad valorem tax. Well, we perceive to be good ad valorem tax, because that too is a policy that just wouldn't be tenable from an objective viewpoint, right? So I'm sensitive to the letters, the number of applications. I think here's what I'm more troubled by. I'm more troubled by the fact that in this particular pocket, we have a residential development that abuts I-2, and we're trapped between letting nothing happen here and letting something happen here we've already let occur. Now, to be fair to us, as I recall, someone will have to correct me for the record, when this went through last time, it was not I don't think it was approved.
No, not by us.
Well, I think we sent it through with no
No recommendation.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. And we also, and then there was a lack of connectivity done at City Council to the neighborhood to the west. which ironically is now pointed out in our staff report as a reason to deny it.
Well, and at some point, they sent it back to us.
Right.
We had to go back through the conversation, then it went back to them.
Right. It's like, so.
And I think it still didn't get a recommendation.
Yeah.
But I don't remember exactly.
It came through as an R1 application, went to city council. At city council, the neighbors wanted certain things in place. Of course, the only way to do that is to plan unit development. Councilman McAtee sent it back as a PUD, still didn't get a recommendation, went up to city council in the PUD with no recommendation, and was ultimately approved unanimously by council.
It was approved unanimously at city council.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and it's
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
to add to your point, and so that was done. So that's what we have now. To your point, and you made it earlier. So, when I was thinking it, I think maybe Commissioner Pennington said it. Now what we have is people potentially going to buy residential lots in the south lot, not knowing that industrial could be right next to them. That's a bigger risk. And if we pause, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Coffey, but if we pause, there will be people buying there that will not be told or realize or investigate that they are right next to industrial. So if we instead now, not correct, but improve the earlier decision to now have the north lot also be residential, at least those people, to the earlier point, will know and see that they are going to be living in homes that are right next to industrial. I think we now, not that we're in a box, but now making the best out of it, it seems clear that's what we need to do. The only other second point, and it was to some of the comments you read, Commissioner Coffey, the people on the sales practices, the rent to own. I think I'm reiterating what you said, Mr. Chair, and it's that I don't think it's our purview to get into sales practices. It would absolutely, obviously be a slippery slope, but I don't, requiring, well, a developer has to make sure, they only allow certain mortgages. You have to get them from a bank, not a non-bank, or a landlord. We're only going to approve this because you're a landlord that doesn't evict people when it's cold outside. I just don't see that being in our purview. We may not like it, but that is not our purview. It may be the state attorney general's office. I don't know who it is to make sure the sales practices aren't predatory, but unfortunately, I don't think we can start to look at that.
Well, and one thing for me, just because you asked me directly on the energy efficiency of the structures, Oklahoma City does have an adopted energy code. It's called the International Energy Conservation Code. It's from 2015. It requires a certain amount of insulative value in the walls, which would frankly be above and beyond probably any existing home in Oklahoma City that was built prior to this adoption. Of course, it requires inspectors actually enforce it, but that's not, whether that gets enforced or not is not the.
But it exists.
It exists. The requirements exist. So I mean, there's definitely actual, I guess ordinance or law in this case that requires a certain amount of insulation.
And something else to add to that, just because something else that was said was about parking in yards, for example. I don't know if Duncan has an ordinance that you can't park in yards. I know Oklahoma City has one, right? And those are enforcement mechanisms that are going to exist that I don't know what other communities do. And at this point in my life, I really don't care. I just care about what we're doing here. So, I am very appreciative and sensitive to your comments and your thoughts, Commissioner Coffey, and I feel like in this instance, I'm choosing between the lesser of two evils. Do I let an incompatibility issue affect people who will see what's coming to them, or do I let a compatibility issue affect people that don't see what's coming to them? And for me, I have to choose the former. I can't leave this open acreage of I-2 and let somebody come along and buy a house, and then all of a sudden we come back. And then again, in a worst case scenario, T-Rex has said, you know what, never mind, I will take that property. And they extend it on. I feel like it's almost as I say, the lesser of two evils, but it's the best protection I could give them is to allow them to see that they're coming to the nuisance. To that point though, and to go back, I am curious to know if anybody has any other thoughts on what could be done to mitigate that incompatibility between I-2 and our development here. Is what we've done enough? Is 25-foot centers enough?
I would speak up and say, I mean, that's 25 that's a good gesture, but when you're talking the dust and the dirt and the noise and all that stuff, single row of trees and 25 foot is not going to do. I mean, you need a good-sized buffer with multi-layers of trees to begin to mitigate that.
Yeah, I forget, in addition to traffic, you also happen to be our landscape guru. So what would be an effective compatibility buffer?
I would like to start at 50 with at least 2 rows of trees.
We can't give 50 feet.
Real quick, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Clare, I wonder if none of us know, and Mr. Box can't tell us why this didn't come together. This smaller lot now, 25 feet seems like a lot, but if this had all come together and the request had been for 50 feet, would that have looked like, sure, it's a pretty big lot. So is the fact that now it's a smaller piece affecting us where we really need to recognize this? This really should have been all one really big lot that came to us in the first place.
Agreed. There wouldn't have been a 50-foot request.
Is it, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Is it dumb to say, why can't one row of those trees be within a backyard that you can still sell? Or does that eliminate the ability for us to control that?
For the aerial?
So it requires
So
folk
if you
trees,
look
but
at
not
the,
back
let me, it's also worth noting, at least as it relates on the north end, there's already a 25 or 30 foot green swath because of a high voltage transmission line.
Hey, Mr. Box, could you move closer to the microphone just so the people at home?
Yeah, so if you look at the north, there's already a 25 or 35 foot swath of green that's grass because there's a high voltage transmission line that runs that way. So then we're going to come in with an additional 25 foot of green space that will be trees. So you're really set off. There we go.
So that's really 55 feet.
Yeah, correct. And here, it's concrete. So then it's an additional almost 100 feet till you get to the buildings.
It's 100 feet from the buildings. It's not 100 feet from the use. I mean, they can use their I-2 all the way back to the deal. So it's 55 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
And then here, it's same thing. I mean, they're not developed to the property line. There's a buffer of similar, even more. Maybe it's 50 feet here. We're going to have the drainage, and then you'll have the trees.
A swath of sod grass is not a buffer, though, to be fair. I mean, not for what we're talking about.
We're providing the buffer with the trees. I'm just saying that it's grass and it won't be developed because that high voltage transmission line goes through there. And so you're going to have a grassy area of 50 plus feet. On half of that grassy area, it will be a solid row of trees on our side, and then you'll get to the lot lines with the fences.
Well, would you speak to my original question, or was that just
Adding
too dumb to
a tree in each backyard?
And yeah, what prevents us from saying another row of trees through the backyards?
We'll add a tree per backyard.
It's not technically, but is that even? Does that do anything for anybody? I don't know.
I think it all helps. I mean, we use landscaping all the time as the tool to create a compatibility buffer between uses. I am absolutely acknowledging that.
It'll take 25 or 30 years for those trees to have enough canopy to make a difference.
Well, and that's fair. We could also insist on a requirement of a certain size tree. So we had talked about on our call a 3-inch caliper tree, which at least is like something that's not a sapling. I'm not sure what we could do above that, but.
So we never talked about caliper. It's going to become, it's going to price this out real quick, right? Like we don't need to put Sherwood Forest in the back of these lots. Like we're agreeing to do trees on 25-foot centers on the north and the west. We're also willing to do a tree in each backyard on the north and the west. Which would be more requirement of residential development than I can recall ever coming through this commission.
Well, I have never seen a residential development come through next to an I-2 industrial use that's heavy industrial typology that's got a 7-acre gravel lot next to it.
I bet we could find some.
I want you to, you know what, I'm going to use Asa's trick. You find it and you send it to both Asa and me via email, because I've never seen one.
Well, I just think, let's not give up so easily on this, because I'm not necessarily on board with saying you got to do a 3-inch caliper, because I agree, like some of the costs on that might be, but I don't think that it would be beyond the realm, and maybe our resident landscape guy can weigh in on this, but I mean, is there not an ability here to say, you know, we do need you to select a tree that will be fully mature in the first, you know, so many years? I mean,
This is
surely
really
that gives
hard.
you enough.
This is really hard.
Surely that gives you some wiggle room. I don't know.
What other tool, Jeff? What other tools do we have in our toolbox here that we could implement to reduce the compatibility issue along the north and west property lines?
I mean, it's tough because you've got fencing, but block wall is expensive, space is expensive for the developer. But between space and landscaping, I mean, and with landscaping, you could require, what you felt was a reasonable size. And you could also require that they be evergreen so that, it provides the buffer, year round. Sometimes those will grow faster too, which is a benefit. So I'd say, between the amount of space and the landscaping, those are going to be your best tools.
The fence is 8 feet too along the industrial uses per your PUD. It says
6
it says
or 8.
an 8-foot high fence wall shall be required along the boundary of this PUD when it's adjacent to any commercial or industrial use.
Where are you reading that?
I don't know. Hang on.
Are you in the right application?
Maybe not.
I can read you what the PUD says. 9.4, no less than a 6 and no greater than an 8-foot high fence wall shall be required along the boundary of the PUD.
Yes, I am in the right application.
Well, it's 6 or 8.
6 or 8?
It's no less than a 6. It's a standard language.
Oh, I'm
less
sorry.
than a
Yeah,
6
my bad. You're right. It says no less than 6 and no greater than 8. So we can say 8.
Just can't say 10.
So we can agree to the trees being evergreen.
And 8.
8 foot and evergreens.
It's fine on the north and the west.
An 8-foot fence on the north and the west with evergreen trees planted on.
That fence will be built out as each lot develops. We're not going to build that fence.
I understand. I'm not asking for a pre-development wall. I'm asking that those lots be required to have an 8-foot fence on the north and the west.
And within the 25-foot buffer, the trees shall be required to be evergreen on 25-foot centers, and a tree in each backyard along the north and the west.
I think that's about all we can hope for.
There's
on
people
this.
watching. Is there anything else we can do? Does anybody have any other ideas? Okay. I mean, if there's not, I feel like if it's silence, we've done all we can. If we feel like we've done all we can, we've done all we can. So that's where we are. So where are we? Commissioner Coffey, I want to be very respectful of the fact this is your ward. You have a motion. I think you should make the motion you wish to make.
All right. I'm going to set the compatibility issue aside and go with the morality issue and make a motion that we hit the pause button, and that motion would be that we deny this application, PUD 1784.
I have a motion to deny PUD 1784. Do I have a second? I can't see right now, just so we're clear, on my screen it just says move by waiting, so I have no idea. Okay, well, there it is. So I'll pause a moment. Need a second for the motion? Okay, the motion's going to fail for failure to carry a second. So I'll need someone else to make an alternative motion here.
I will do so, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to Commissioner Coffey, and I do appreciate her comments. And before I make the motion, I do want to say two things quickly, that I do think that it should be a factor, the quality of the work that a developer does. I think that we need to find a way, and I don't know the objective way, for us to consider how we evaluate that, but a person's quality of work and reputation should matter in terms of how we operate. I think that is an important factor, and Commissioner Coffey alluded to that. The other thing is the school issue, I think, is the Oklahoma State Legislature's problem with the way that we fund our schools, and I stand very firmly behind that, which is why I'm not on the schools committee despite my career in education. But I just am like, so I just want to make that point clear also. I move approval of PUD 1784 with the addition of TE4 requiring evergreen trees for the landscape as part of the landscape buffer, and requiring 8-foot tall fences along the west and northern boundaries.
So,
And we do need to delete TE2.
And delete TE2.
Didn't we have a canopy tree in the backyard of those lots?
Yep.
On the north and
The
west
tree in the
side?
backyard.
Oh, okay, we're doing one canopy tree, and so we're gonna add another TE, adding one more canopy tree in the back, in each backyard.
Is it canopy or caliper?
Caliper? Okay, I don't know which one.
I don't know what they're saying.
We'll just use tree.
We'll just go with tree,
Yeah.
okay.
The word you're looking for is deciduous, not evergreen, but let's don't go, let's just stop and just go tree and go on.
I'm gonna go with tree in the backyard. On the northern, and we agree that this is for the northern and western boundaries.
Correct.
That's the very complicated motion.
let me make sure for the record that I have your motion correct.
Please.
TE1 is agreed to. TE2 is deleted.
Yes.
TE3 is modified to require a 25-foot setback along the north and the western property line. TE3 is added, requiring that the trees within said buffer are on 25-foot centers and are evergreen. TE4 requires an 8-foot fence along the north and the west as the lots develop. And then TE5 requires another tree in each lot along the north and the west.
Yes. In the backyard.
In the backyard.
Okay.
So I have a motion to recommend approval, subject to the technical evaluations as amended, which has been seconded. Please cast your votes when available. And that application is approved.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item number 50. Mr. Butler?
Yes, item 50 is a presentation and possible action on a resolution to receive the 2020 and to forward the plan update for receipt by the Oklahoma City Council. And we have Melinda McMillan Miller here from the Parks and Recreation Department. And also, sorry, I'm not sure what Rachel Ware, thank you, is also here to present.
Thank you all for your patience in joining us.
No
It's
problem,
been a
no
long
problem.
afternoon for you all, so thank you.
Well, thank you for hearing us today. Just wanted to say, again, thank you for having patience to bear with us and to listen to our latest and greatest exciting moment that we're able to come back to you with an update on our master plan for the Parks Department. As all of you know, our Parks Department went through our master plan process back in 2015, and since 2015, you have very much been involved in all the new updates, such as Plan OKC, the Bike Walk OKC, and all the other supplemental master plans that have been developed. Because of that development, we knew that our master plan was now out of date. And so in 2018, we hired Ms. Rachel Ware, who was our park planner, a very dynamic young individual who tackled this document for the last year and a half, 2 years, along with our partners in the community to bring this update forward to you today. So as part of her training as a professional, I'm letting her present to you today on what all this update encompasses. Thank you.
I'm glad I drew a big crowd for this.
Well, there are thousands of people watching at home.
Oh, right.
That would
Hello,
normally
everyone.
be here but for the coronavirus, so don't get nervous.
Okay. Okay, so like Melinda said, I came to the city in 2018, and when I did, I started to look at the Parks Master Plan and Plan OKC to start to understand what my job was going to be working as a park planner. And I started to recognize some issues between the two. A couple of the standards weren't aligned. Next slide, please. So it's standard to do a 5 to 7 year update on these documents anyway. We have new assets and policies and plans that need to be added. But when Plan OKC came out in 2015, just a year after the Parks Master Plan, the level of service standards were different. They're based on the land use typology areas and the land use plan, and ours had been adopted through the 2005 Parks Master Plan. And so there was a little bit of discrepancy there. We also had the Play OKC policies that needed to be added to the Parks Master Plan. Of course, Bike Walk OKC came on and replaced the Trails Master Plan, which was referred to heavily in the Parks Master Plan. And that document became the authority on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, which sort of freed up this new Parks Master Plan to focus on parks infrastructure. So we had the Oklahoma City Community Foundation fund our work with the WRT. That was the original group that worked with us to do all the mapping. So they had all of our data, and that was just an easier way for us to do that. We worked with the planning department from the very beginning in 2018 through the very end recently. Next slide. So I'm going to briefly go over a couple of the updates. This is very high level, but we really focused on branding this new Parks Master Plan and sharing our story a little bit more than we have in the past. We went through a rebranding just in the last couple of years since this document has been, since the 2014 document was accepted. And so we talk a lot about who is Parks and what services do we offer, because a lot of folks miss a lot of the things that we really. We also added what those issues are that our community is facing. We pulled some of those issues from Plan OKC and related them to how do they relate to parks and how does parks serve our city using those same issues that are in Plan OKC. Next slide, please. So we added several of our new policies and plans, just summaries of those plans for our records and for others to know about. The when it started, but we actually have 22 privately developed parks that serve about 60,000 residents right now that we weren't serving before. And that was a pretty incredible policy that's come through to highlight in its short lifespan of just 3 years. We, of course, also had Adapt OKC and Preserve OKC. Adapt OKC has several policies that relate to parks, and so that's going to be a next steps for us. Preserve OKC has a few, but we wanted to nod to it because we know that that can help us when we're thinking about some of our historic resources like Will Rogers Gardens. We updated peer city benchmarking data, which helps us compare our assets to our peer cities. And this data can be updated internally every year. This is stuff that we report every year. Thanks. We updated the maintenance partnership and finances section in a very update-only way. We did not rewrite these sections. For example, one of the recommendations was to increase our funding 5% every year so that we could reach adequate funding levels for our park system. And we wrote, hey, in reality, the reality of our finances is that it decreased 15% in that time. And the same is true of our maintenance. You know, our maintenance has gone up, except our budget has gone down. And we did mention also that from 2014 to 2019, public perception of our maintenance went up as well. And so I think that says a lot about what our folks have been able to do. The action tables were updated as well. We went through and kind of did check marks on the items that we have completed, and then talked about what's going on right now, what are we working on actively, and what are the things that we haven't touched yet. And so that action table is our guiding light. So that is updated. We have an internal document that we're going to update annually that has notes about where we are, and so this becomes a working document for us. Thanks, please. This was the biggest update that we had. This is why we had to get a consultant on board. These level of service standards really changed the way we thought about our levels of service for parks. And so we break down the level of service standards by their typology areas so that people could really digest this information of where do you live in the city, and then what is your level of service for parks, so that they can kind of have expectations. This map is a lot to digest, but this is our local park map, and it's a pretty cool map for us because it's the first time that our impact fee parks have been mapped along with the rest of our park assets. And so those hot pink, dark pink areas are areas that are currently densely populated but are not served by our local park system based on the levels of service in Plan OKC. And we worked with planning on this analysis, and those areas in the light pink are the areas that are developing. And by 2030, they will have pretty significant development based on the land use plan and the projections that planning department is using. you can see that those little dotted areas up there are the areas that are being served by the private parks. Next, please.
Can you send that last slide to Public Works and show them how much growth is going to occur in Ward 8 for me?
Absolutely.
I need that in the 2026, 2030 capital plan.
All right. You'll also notice that in the plan doubled in size because we added the athletic field master plan, which was completed last year. This plan helps us see quantity, different qualities of fields, different types of fields, the cost of those fields, and what we're going to need by 2034. And it also talks a little bit about geographically where those might be located, and so it complements the Parks Master Plan very well. And since these are such major assets for the Parks Department, it made a lot of sense to couple these documents together. And so we feel that after this entire process, we've worked very closely with planning, and we feel that we got their blessing on this. We feel that this document is in line with Plan OKC and Bike Walk OKC, and that it's going to be adaptable and something that we can use for the next several years as our guiding light. And it goes well with our strategic planning that we're doing internally. They're both going to complement each other, and this will be a working document for us. So we just ask that you all would receive this. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
That's why I hired her. I think she's a fantastic person.
I got a question.
Sure, Asa, go ahead.
Can you guys, in a political way, tell us why your budget has shrunk?
Well, with most things around the city, we have had, just decreased in revenues for the general fund, and that we are 98% funded by the general fund for our operating budget. And so just to stay in line with the, budget office and the city manager's needs for, equitable, having that reduced revenue has just caused us to have to reduce some of our maintenance levels. Yeah, we went from a 2-week mow schedule to a 3-week mow schedule. We just have had to keep decreasing that. So even though we're missing our goals for increasing our revenue levels to increase our service, we're missing those as outlined in the master plan. However, we're still getting very high marks from citizen satisfaction surveys. So we're thankful and blessed at least for that.
Well, the work that you guys do in the parks that have been done recently that I've had a chance to go through or see or go by. I mean, I watched the construction even of and I'm not good with the names, so forgive me, but along 44 south of 29th Street in the southwest corridor, you guys came in and that's amazing. And every time I go by there, it's full of people, which is always a sign of whether or not you did a good job thinking through the development of the park and the area if it's getting used.
Thank you.
So I mean, you guys do a great job.
Thank you. Well, we're, of all the horrible things that have happened with COVID-19, it has brought to light, I think, to people the importance of parks, being able to be outdoors. We have seen a large increase in the amount of participation in our parks. And so we've actually been able to get more feedback from those park patrons from their participation, more than we have ever had before. So it's for all the horrible things with COVID, at least we've had people getting outside and enjoying their green spaces.
Hopefully that's a realization from our citizens that sticks.
I hope so. We are going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, because, invaluable resource.
Yes,
so.
Thank you.
Well, just any other comments or questions from Commissioner
I just
Clare?
wanted to comment. So Rachel, great job I didn't realize this was the last year and a half of your life at Parks.
It was.
So it's a beautiful document, and I think you did a great job. Melinda, you touched on it. One of my questions on the last 9 months has emphasized the importance of parks. Has anything that you guys have gleaned from that last night, did that have an impact on the plan? And did you alter maybe a direction or anything within the plan to maybe address that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think a lot of how we want to redirect what we're doing, we did a lot of introspective calculations. And Rachel mentioned our strategic plan that we're actually going through as a department. We knew that as a department, we have a completely different leadership management team now than we did 5 years ago. We had a new director, I was brought in, Rachel, Brandon. I mean, everybody within our management team is all new to our department or our city. And so being able to capitalize on the increase of people participating in parks has allowed us to ask more questions of them of what do you enjoy, what are we lacking, what do you need more of? Is it more programming, is it more green spaces, which they all want more green spaces, but is it programming? What services would you like to have that you don't currently have that possibly we could provide? And so that spurred us to do a very deep dive into our own internal department operations of how we relate to each other as people, to how our department relates to other departments, and wanting to really capitalize and grow upon the new talent that has come into our department to learn from the existing talent, but also then how we position ourselves better as professionals to serve people in our community. I have that philosophy as a leader of being that if your internal community is happy, we're much better servants to our outer community. So we're working on that very diligently and hope to have that strategic plan finished by about March, April. All of my staff kind of gasps, like really? But the winter's a little bit slower for us for programming purposes, so we're hoping, which will really help us propel this message out further, along with our branding, marketing campaign, and others. So.
Great. Well, thank you guys for
You're
being here
welcome.
again and for your time and for sitting on that wood pew in a mask for a whole bunch of hours.
No problem.
So,
Thank
I want to
you.
be clear about what you're asking us to do because there's an or in my packet. So approve the resolution or introduce instead of public hearing. What are you asking us to do today?
Whichever one you prefer to do. Mr. Butler asked us to present it both ways, not knowing if any of you wanted to take time to deep dive into this for a month or have a separate study session with us.
Well, Commissioner Clare is going to read
It's
this
whatever
thing
you
word
want to
for
do.
word, but outside of that, does anybody have a preference, want to make a motion? We can essentially approve the resolution already, or we can introduce and set up a public hearing on January 14th.
Well, my opinion is I'm not an expert on these types of topics. I appreciate always the information that we're given, but I don't believe that it's necessarily our purview to determine, specifics within the plan. It seems more informational to me, and in that case, I would prefer to allow them to move it as quickly as they would like. So that would be the motion that I would make unless there's an objection.
To approve it.
Yes.
Sounds like a motion. Make one.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
I have a
Second.
motion.
Second, when I get a button.
I think we're still doing this computer thing. Hang on, we're going to find
sorry.
out.
There you go.
Yep, please cast your votes. And the resolution is approved unanimously. Thank you all very much. Yep. That is our last individual item for consideration. The balance of our docket today has been continued or withdrawn, which brings us to additional items, communication and reports. First on that is Planning Commission committees. Just very briefly, last meeting, we appointed a Planning Commission committee, which consists of Commissioner Coffey, Commissioner Cody, Commissioner Hinkle, and myself. What I will commit to doing long in advance of our next meeting, if not by this weekend, is getting an initial email out. I'd like to get some help from somebody on staff. Jeff, I don't know who might be the right person there, but just to arrange some discussions for us with maybe a couple of the other superintendents that attended, kind of maybe a smaller group. Probably makes some sense to grab one from each of our wards and drag someone to the table just to get some feedback. Does that make sense? And then we can sort of discuss after that on our own? Okay.
Yeah, Midwest City or more for me. I mean, either one.
Okay. Planning Commission members, Commissioner Clare, anything?
Nothing. I think we need some music as we wait for the votes to come in.
Is it just me or is it way more quiet in here?
It is quiet.
It's like eerie.
And we can hear a lot better.
What happened? Is it the plexiglass? I don't know. Anyway.
Ventilation went off.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure happened about an hour ago.
Commissioner Coffey, anything?
I would like to say thank you to the staff for the printed packet. I don't have access to a laser jet printer. I just have a little ink dot at home.
I really missed my
And so
numbers on
it
those, though.
would take me-
The,
my printer would have jammed 100 times. I would have gone through 3 or 4 of my little ink cartridges. And I personally still like to highlight and put on sticky notes and make notes in the agenda. And I know we're thinking about going to all digital, but maybe we could talk that through before that happens. It's not that I didn't find the digital unfriendly. It was very easy to manage. I just really like this paper. I may be the only one, but maybe we could talk that.
You're not the only one.
I'm
Mary.
not the only one, yes.
Even
Okay.
I prefer
I
the
know
paper one.
delivery is encumbering, and I'd be happy to pick it up someplace, but anyway, I really appreciated this ream and a half of paper. So thank you very much to the staff.
I've got a Biz Hub in my garage if you ever have an emergency. I can print.
Well, I like.
Not surprised by that,
guess I have
Privet.
access to a laser printer.
Yeah, they print a lot faster and you don't have to.
Commissioner Privet, anything else to add?
No, I had some quirks I would like to talk to somebody about the Prime Gov. Is there, like, the guy that programs that, is that Francis?
Was it Alan? Alan was
Was it
like the
Alan?
know-it-all guy. He was,
Right.
oh, yeah, I think it'd be him.
Like when you come out to open your agenda and hit the eyeball, it always opens and then you got to go back to your tab to go back and open the next one. I'd like to be able to open every one of them all at once and then have them all over here and not have to click. You know, because it'll open one here, then it makes that window active, and then I had to click back over here, open the next one, then I had to go back over here. Yeah.
Yep.
If I could just hit the eyeball on each one of those, it'd be a lot easier, make it a lot easier to use.
If you guys have any, additional feedback, what we'll do, I've noticed a few glitches too. We'll get with them and see what we can do. There's still there's audio issues in here. Sometimes it's hard for, I stood at the podium at city council. It was hard to hear some of the people on the horseshoe. And so they're still working through. So anything at all, please email me and we'll see what we can do.
My mic is not near as long either, so it pulls off constantly.
I would say, I think it would be wise to be prepared because it's just like today when the voting system shut down. It's like if the computer system shut off and you don't have this,
yeah, you don't have
what are we
anything.
going to do? Look at each other? I mean, I think we almost have to continue to have the paper at least for some period of time because until we're sure this is going to be glitch free,
Yeah,
we'd have to do it, right? Or, we'd really be winging it up here. So
This is my backup here, just in case.
yeah,
If we could get on Wi-Fi, that would be helpful too.
Wi-Fi would be sweet. Commissioner Hinkle?
The passing of Harry Wilson within the last couple of weeks, super citizen for Oklahoma City and probably one of my best mentors.
Fair enough. Commissioner Highsmith?
It's a totally petty concern, but it'd be great to still be able to charge your phone up here.
There is some USB ports on the side of your monitor.
Is there?
Yeah, you might be able to utilize those.
Oh, yeah.
Right on. There you go.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Problem solved. Look at that. That's what we do here.
Solving problems.
No, nothing. Thank you. Commissioner LaForge? No. I got nothing. I appreciated it. Today was an interesting day for, I think, all of us. So hopefully we'll continue to improve the process technologically and informationally and maskily and all. So if there's nothing else, Planning Department?
Nothing from planning.
Development Services? Oh, now you show up. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Municipal Counselor's Office? Okay. No citizens to be heard, so if there's no other business, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.